with the change in our procedural bylaw, this will not be on camera. So to our communications person, could you give us an update on what we're doing to help out with this? Thanks.
To you, Madam Chair. We will be reaching out as well, talking to Shelley and as well to Mr. Hurd to make sure that we are supporting them through all of our social media efforts to grab them as many sponsors as they can for the event. And so I look forward to speaking with Mr. Hurd over the coming days. If you can give me a call perhaps tomorrow, we can discuss and we'll move forward with supporting them as best we can.
Thank you very much for coming and for the work that you're doing on this. It's going to be wonderful. I don't see any other people who want to speak in open forum, so, oh my goodness, but it's already after 7. So, as it is already 7 o'clock on Thursday, April 18th, I'd like to call this General Committee meeting to order. Could I have an approval of the agenda, please? Would someone, oh, sorry, we have a complication. So we do have some add-ons, and we also have a delegation from Graham Brown from the YNBA. According to the procedural bylaw, we need a 2/3 consent to permit the addition of this delegate. Mr. Clerk, could you tell us why, please?
Through you, Councillor Gartner, it's part of the procedural bylaw that any approval or any amendments to the agenda right at the start of the meeting needs 2/3 support to be added.
Thank you very much. So I'm at the will of council. Would council like to hear from this delegate? If so, we need to have a motion to waive the procedural bylaw. Councillor Maracas and Mayor Daw. Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you. That carries. So a motion to approve the agenda as amended and with add-ons. Could I have a motion from someone at the table? Thank you. Councillor Tom. Thank you, Councillor Peary. All those in favor? Good. That carries. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Oh, I should have done that before. Sorry. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We have no presentations this evening, so we'll start with the delegates. I believe our first delegate is from St. Andrew's College. Mr. McHenry? Hello, Mr. McHenry.
Hi. Good evening. Mayor Daw, councillors, guests. It's my privilege to be here and wanted to spend a few minutes with you discussing the banners that run along Yonge Street out front of our campus. Just want to make sure that this is what I have here. Okay. So I do have a PowerPoint, just 5 slides. So on the screen, you'll see a visual representation, of some of the banners. Basically, you know, as far as the school is concerned, our goal is obviously it's to beautify the gateway from Newmarket into Aurora along Yonge Street. Our property is the first major property as you head south from Newmarket into Aurora. Obviously, to better identify the school's property lines and increase the awareness of St. Andrews is a great place to work and to go to school. Our banner for this year is really a diversity. We have boys from 25 different countries around the world that attend our boarding school. There are 260 boarders at the school, and we're very proud of that. And we are very keen on displaying that and really reinforcing the importance of diversity both at our school and in the town of Aurora. So there's some photos of a boy from Brazil, Calgary, Germany, and Kleinburg. Community partnerships. Obviously, we're extremely proud of our partnership with the town of Aurora. We've been on Yonge Street, located when we moved from Toronto, founded in 1899 and moved in 1926 to Aurora. There really wasn't much in Aurora at that time, but things have certainly changed. Our staff and students and faculty volunteer in the community, as well as coaching, obviously. We're really proud of our community events that we host. The Special Olympics, the Blues Festival was a great success this year. It was the first time we hosted that. Of course, the Street Festival we're involved with on an annual basis, Doors Open Aurora. Something that we're really proud of is our community outreach. Our community giving project. So this afternoon, we had 175 middle school students out at 10 different centers around York Region, from food banks to seniors' residences, etc. And there's a couple of photos below that illustrate our community giving project that happens on a continual basis. Every 3 weeks or so, we're out in the community. Holiday Heroes. Over the past 8 years, we have raised well over $1.25 million to support the community through that project. All of our students are involved. All of our faculty are involved. We're extremely pleased and proud to continue with CAS on that project. Aurora Youth Soccer, obviously our fields are very accessible to Aurora Youth Soccer, park cleanup, etc. Basically, the bottom point there is contributing to the diversity to live and work in Aurora for the last 90 years has been the partnership. Looking at of course, the Town of Aurora Strat Plan, clearly I was fortunate enough to be take part in the development of the Strat Plan. It was a real privilege to do so. And of course, one of the goals of the Strat Plan is to continue to promote economic opportunities through the growth of Aurora, and a key hallmark piece of that is diversity and the promotion of diversity. We feel the banners that are currently in place do visually represent that, and we're quite proud of that as you drive into the campus and along Yonge Street. Finally, we are more than willing to work with the town. It is a strong partnership, and one I feel is getting stronger. For instance, we would be very happy to share the banners along Yonge Street. And that could be on an annual basis, a different theme that would hopefully coincide and look okay with the banners that are at St. Andrews, and we could work together so that as you come into Aurora, you'd see some pretty impressive banners as you drive down Yonge Street. So that's in a nutshell what I'm here for. I'm asking for permission to carry on with this project, and hope you approve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegate to R1, Mr. Mayor? Seconded by, thank you, Councillor Thompson. Are there any questions of the delegate? Gee, I see, Mr. Mayor, why you have trouble sometimes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kevin, for coming out. We do appreciate it. I'm a firm believer in the great partnership that we have developed with St. Andrews College, and I think it does bring a lot of international recognition to the town of Aurora. Two things I think would be beneficial for you to restate, because I don't think it gets stated often enough, quite frankly, from your perspective, is and you did mention that you're not just a school, you're also a business, and I think you're a fairly substantial employer. Could you give us a sense of how many people are actually employed at the school, both teachers, faculty, pardon me, and I guess support staff? And secondly, I know that you do a lot of work too in terms of scholarships for students who really would do well at St. Andrews but quite can't afford it, and I think that would be beneficial for us to know as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we currently have 275 full-time employees, plus about 30 part-time employees, so quite a large employer for Aurora. Obviously the school is an expensive entity, and there's no disputing that. We do award $2.5 million a year to, this year, 165 different families to make it more affordable and accessible. It's extremely important to the school to maintain the diversity on all levels. So that's at 2.5, and next year it'll be $2.6 million. Every year it goes up by 100,000.
Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. McHenry. I think we all realize the importance of the partnership we have with St. Andrews College, and we value your presence and the great business partner, the community partner you are. Can I ask you, the last contract ended 2014. Was it just both sides just forgot about it and it was missed? Can you kind of give your take on why the banners have been up for 3 years and we haven't negotiated this earlier?
It's a combination of, so there were Viva banners there as well. So we've been working with a little bit of, not the Conservation Authority, but the region. And also there has been communication with the town. So for instance, when the additional banners went up, there was a phone call that was made. And so there's been communication, not, and I will be, upfront, not when it expired in 2015 was the first year there was not communication. It was, business as usual, and frankly, it didn't even come to mind for us. So that's our error, definitely, and take responsibility for that. But since that point, we have maintained contact with the town.
And lastly, do you need all, I think it was 14 street lamps or structures to put up those banners? Like, do you absolutely need all 14, or is it's just a nice to have?
Well, sorry, they span the campus from the corner of St. John's and Yonge right to our southernmost tip, so it covers the length of the campus. Do we need all 14? We'd like to have all 14, yes, but needs is something that we're certainly open to partnering with the town, and if there's Canada's 150th or something the town is trying to promote. We'd be happy to, all the hardware's there, we can maintain the banners. I personally think, and maybe I'm a little biased, obviously, but they're quite attractive coming into the town. They stand out nicely, and if they're not all St. Andrews banners, that's okay with us.
Thank you. Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Kevin, thank you very much for coming. You did make, and I think you just touched on it there, you said you'd be willing to share, and I just wanted to understand what that meant. They are town-owned, but if there was alternating placement or whatever, that is a satisfactory arrangement as well. It's written in the report that we would do so. I just wanted to get that's what you sort of meant by that. That's exactly what you meant.
Well, we are truthful in building and enhancing the partnership with the town. I think that to have the banners and whatever the town, whatever theme, or if it's a strategic plan issue or Canada's 150th, if we wanted to share and then go every other banner, it shows the partnership, and I think that would be well received by the community.
Thank you, Kevin. That's great. And We do value partners, and the one that we have with St. Andrews is an outstanding partnership. It's hard for me to fathom where our soccer program would be without your fields. And the fact that we are now utilizing some of the other facilities, and especially with the Aurora Winter Blues Festival this year, was just fantastic. So I appreciate you coming forth to do that partnership, and I do agree that it is a sort of a gateway and is quite attractive and tastefully done and alternated on a regular basis, and is interesting as well, and promotes youth. And so that all those things are outstanding. So thank you very much for coming and letting us know about that.
Thank you. And I have to say it's a little bit of an unusual situation to have someone come forward as a delegate and ask for permission for doing something they're already doing. A question about the diversity campaign. When you were talking about that, you were talking about diversity from, I guess, across Canada.
For our student base?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, what you were flying on the banners.
That was all domestic. Well, no, there's not on those banners. There was a boy from Brazil and Germany. So, yeah, there's 25 countries boys from 25 different countries around the world. So, and about 7 provinces.
Thank you. So, diversity of where you're drawing from, where the school is drawing
Right,
from.
but also as you drive up, there's ethnic diversity on the banners throughout. I mean, we have. I was just in Asia. We have about 12 boys from Hong Kong. We have 28 from China. We have a number of boys from Mexico. So there's diversity in the full gamut of diversity.
Thank you. One year, a lot of your boys from Mexico came to a youth project I was doing one evening. They were lovely guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're great kids.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, then we'll vote on the motion, which was to receive and refer. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to the consent agenda. Nope. Oh, of course. And you were already, thank you very much for coming in. And you were already almost up at the podium. So, Mr. Brown.
Council, Mayor, Madam Chair, I'm here representing York North Basketball Association. My name is Graham Brown, and I'm a director with York North Basketball. York North Basketball also considers Aurora part of our group. We have over 500 families from around the Aurora Newmarket region who participate. And really, this is just an opportunity which you may in fact not get very many that come forward. And thank you for putting me on the agenda to thank you as council for allowing us to be a part of your annual street festival. This year we'll have 3-on-3 basketball as part of your annual street festival. And we really think the growth of basketball, just not only domestically in the region, but in Canada, having that ability to bring it and be a part of what has become arguably one of the biggest events in the region, certainly in Aurora, and as a member of your community. I've watched that street festival grow, and to have 3-on-3 basketball and to bring the young people that we'll have 60 to 70 teams representing both male and female, majority of them under the age of 18, with the majority of the participants in that 10 to 14 range, is really exciting for our organization. I would like to thank Councillor Marakis for providing some leadership here with us in this. But also, and more importantly, we've got some young people here who I think would really like to show their appreciation. They're part of the YMBA Avengers, and they'd like to say thank you to you as council for putting their involvement into your street festival. So slightly awkward. I'm sure the young people are it's an intimidating place to walk into, but it was really great that they could come and share that appreciation. And as you do lots of different things in your community, sport has, in my perception over the many years here, been something you've held in very high regard. You have great staff that provide sport and opportunity and recreation. As I said, to close this, it's probably not very often that you just simply get someone who comes and says, thank you for allowing us to be a part of what you do. So on behalf of the board, the executive, the many families, and our young people here, and parents, thank you for having us.
Thank you, and it is very rare that we have people come here just to thank us, so thank you. And to all of the young people, welcome to your first time at politics. Councilor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Graham. Graham, thank you for coming. Thank you for everyone for coming out today. I just want to reiterate that the great work that YMBA does, and thank them for bringing forward the idea of that 3-on-3 street tournament that I envisioned coming to this town, and I'm happy that you guys chose Aurora to hold it. And it's amazing that we're able to all work together with the Chamber, with the first inaugural open street that Mr. Mayor, that yourself and Activate Aurora have put forward. And I think this is going to be a great opportunity, and envision something that could become an annual thing. And I'm very much looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to seeing everyone here participating in it. So, and actually, I'm hopeful that we do have a municipal team that actually gets put into as for the 3-on-3. So we'll see how well that works out, though. So,
Thank you, Councilor Maracas. Mayor Dahl?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming out. And ladies, thank you. We appreciate you coming out, especially to say thank you. As Councillor Gartner said, we don't get that often, so we do tend to remember those. But I would be remiss if I let it go by that it's the Town of Aurora street sale. It's actually the Chamber of Commerce's street sale, and they're very, I don't want to say touchy, but they're touchy about that. So, but it is a great street sale, and thank you for taking part. And as Councilor Maracas said, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Unfortunately, a number of us will be in Ottawa for our annual conference, so we're going to miss it. But we do wish you a lot of success in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Brown, thank you very much for coming and delegating today, and the members of the League. I think it's great that you are buying in on the partnership and working with the town and the open streets concept, which is being introduced by Sport Aurora, and of course the Chamber willing to share a very successful. The traffic there is about 40,000 people annually, so even a trickle of that is going to be great. And I love the idea of the street working on playing on the street on a 3-on-3. That's going to be very an eye catcher. It's going to be great to see that in motion. And I wanted to say that where Music Aurora is part of the Open Street and is looking forward to the future and partnering with organizations like yours and others that are stepping forward to work together. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilor Maracas again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just forgot, Graham, if you could let everyone know the date and the website where if they would like to register a team.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor. It's June 4th, and the website is www.ymba.com. Yes, sir?
I was just and the website for the actual 3-on-3 is www.court33.ca, I believe. Is that correct?
We have two websites. You can go through our main website, and you can go through www.court33.ca also. Thank you. And Mayor, well noted on your reference to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for being here. My question was similar to Councillor Maracas, just how do we get the information about getting involved in the dates and stuff, and you've named off the website. So unfortunately I'll be in Ottawa, but look forward to hearing all about your success.
Is it on? Thank you. We've also reached out, which I think is also relative to the York Regional Police as our referees. So it was slightly sarcastic that we would approach you to referee, but they've been very generous in offering up their time too. So we're really trying to make it a community event on as many levels as we can. And like I said, it really is people in your community who will be participating. We're not expanding this registration really outside of the Aurora Newmarket area.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Excuse me a moment, I have a question. Don't I have to ask if anybody wants to list it on the consent agenda first? I need to do the motion first. That's the first.
Yes, if anyone wants to make a motion. Motion to receive the comments from
Thank you. Motion to receive the comments. Thank you, Councillor Tom. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Thank you. Next up is the consent agenda. Are there any items that anybody wants pulled from that consent agenda? I'm sorry. Spoken to. Councillor Maracus as well. What would you like? Oh, sorry. Councillor Thompson, what is interesting to you in this?
Unless somebody wants to pull it, I wanted to just have a few questions about C1 and C2.
Thank you. Councillor Maracus, did you have something?
Madam Chair, I just have a question about C1 for right now, but nothing to. I'm not looking to pull it. I just have a question.
Okay. Any other questions for any of the other consent items?
No, C2.
Mirdal.
I just had a question on C2.
Okay. C2 seems to be popular. Anything else? Okay. Then a motion to approve the no? So I'm pulling this first? Okay. So we'll take C1 for questions. Councillor Thompson, nobody's up. Would anyone like to speak to C1? Thank you, Councillor Thompson. But we have, okay.
Thank you. Really, just it's more of a comment to C1. You know, I appreciate all the work that Mr. Elliott put into putting this together, and a lot of the aspects I really do like. The one challenge I have, of course, is the time lag between today's date and the relevancy of it, because a lot of it's relying on end of year 2015 data, and here we are, April 2017. And I understand the rationale in there about reliance on the BMA study and the fact that all that information isn't compiled and sent out to the other municipalities until a year after it's sort of collected and stuff. But, you know, for myself, I think what I'd like, if possible, is even when you look at the analysis and you look at the chart on page 2, which talks about the key fiscal indicators, and we have 2014 and 2015, to me, it would be more relevant if we also had the 2016 numbers. Granted, I understand that our audit is not yet completed, but you know, I think this is a goal for all of us within the organization, is to try and have more relevant financial information at our fingertips and somehow try and figure out how to improve the internal systems within, so that, you know, we're looking at more time appropriate data in front of us. Because in all honesty, I mean, even if I identified any issues I have, it's already 18 months lag behind it, and it may have already been addressed or fixed, but I always want to see things from a financial perspective as current as possible. So, you know, if it would have been another 2 months from now and our audit had completed, and at least we could have added the 2016 numbers to these key fiscal indicators, I would have seen that as an improvement to the report as is, because then it's a little bit more current for me, understanding that the comparators in the BMA study would still be forthcoming later on. So I think that's just my comment. I like the intent of it all, but I think it loses some of its impact, the fact that it's really only relevant to the end of 2015, and here we are, April 2017. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Sorry, missed you. Councillor Maracus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, when I read the report, it seems like we're in pretty overall good health as far as a municipality. I'm just wondering, and I know I've asked you this before, but maybe if you can just kind of let us all understand that if we removed the hydro sale funds, would we still be in such a favorable position?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that it's a very fair question, and at this point there's a number of elements that are in this report that are not dependent on those reserve funds. Our capitalizations and our total some of these other indicators, cash and financial investments, net financial position, our reserve contribution as a percent of our amortization, and so on. These are all healthy indicators. Yes, indeed, the reserve funds for the hydro, clearly with $82 million in the reserve at the end of 15, and the hydro sale is 36 of that. It's a significant portion. It is bolstering our ability to handle cash fluctuations. It gives us flexibility to respond to crises, because those are reserve funds that really don't have a very specific targeted purpose. They're sitting there awaiting direction from council.
Thank you, Sally. Yeah, so I was just curious because I just want to know that if we're doing all the other things right, if we didn't have that money, would we still be doing what we're doing right now, or would we change what we're doing in essence?
Through you, Madam Chair, I believe that we would still be doing the same things. We might have a little bit more debt because we have got some internal financing that is being carried by some of that hydro surplus.
Thank you. That's it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Elliott, for the detailed report. And just through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Elliott, when the report opened up, essentially saying, each fall there's a comprehensive review, and having 105 municipalities contributing or participating in the study, I expected a table or a matrix where we can assess our performance relative to the other municipalities, and I was disappointed that I didn't find that, and I found myself actually pulling Newmarket's data and kind of comparing ours with them, and I didn't want to pull all the other municipalities, but I just wanted to gauge, and that's what we do, right? Is relative performance, and how we are doing with the benchmark, and as I was doing so, the majority of the metrics we were superior to that of Newmarket, but is there a thought in the future to including at least a dozen of the other comparable municipalities, so we have a better idea of what to look for?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's the BMA study is a very, very comprehensive comparative document. It's between 450 and 500 pages every year. It's just filled end to end with comparative tables on various facts, sorted different ways, by region, by zone of the province, the north, the south, the GTA, the east, the west, rural and urban. It goes on. It's difficult to pull together a singular table of comparators because you'd have to do it for each of these items. And this is just a handpicking of what I believe are the key indicators out of that report for council. There's all kinds of minutia in that report. And so I try to pull it together and highlight where council is relative to the others in, we're 15th out of 105, or we're in the top 5 kind of thing, rather than saying, here's where Newmarket is, here's where we are, here's where King is. It's very difficult to start mixing and matching because we're not always comparable to a King. We're frequently comparable to a Newmarket because they're about our size, they're in the same businesses that we are, and they have a similar geographic density as we do.
Councillor Kim.
Yes, thank you. No, I understand the huge task when you consider how detailed the BMA report is. But even if it was, if we could get 7 or 8 key metrics and have 3 or 4 comparables, that'd be great. I know the report also talks about investments, and I recall that we did approve to have a certain portion of our reserves be invested in the One Investment Program, and I thought we would have invested in that program already, but can you give us an update on where we are with that, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, not too long ago, there was an investment status report brought forward to you, and in that there was an indicator that at the end of 16 we had a small holdings with the one funds. We're looking to increase that as some of our other term deposits come and mature, and we look forward to boosting that. I think at the end of 2016 there was only $2 million in the one fund's equity reserve or equity fund.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abel.
Thank you. You weren't thanking me, you were thanking Councillor Kimmin. Anyways, thank you, Madam Chair. The goal of this report is to kind of give us an idea of how we stand financially, and it is at the end of the period of 2015. And I think the reason is because you use figures from the BMA, which is consulting, and does and is 2015 the latest municipal study that they have?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's correct. BMA compiles it. It's actually titled I believe it's titled their 2016 Municipal Competitive Study, but it's all based on the 2015 results. And they actually are trying to get those results from the municipalities even in advance of what the province gets from us. Some municipalities are not posting their financial information returns until October, and at that point, BMA is on the cusp of releasing a draft report. So it's the fastest way to get a broad, wide spectrum comparative information collection from various municipalities.
In the background of this report that you also use statements from our audited financial statements, so you put the two together. So to get this properly done, to give our fiscal health, you need our audited and you need the BMA's consulting reports, and this is the latest that you have. So it's basically to determine our health and where we're going, how we've been, and at the present rate, how we should be looking at our health, at the financial health of our. But you do also give some interim reports on how the town is doing without the BMA study as well, which would have more recent numbers. Could you let us know how soon those are? Are they done by quarters, and what are you, like a month or two after? So just to give us an idea that there is updated fiscal reports coming from the town.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's absolutely correct, Councillor Abel. This is more a high-level overview of call it the financial health of the organization. Quarterly, we are producing interim financial statements on our operating budget to alert council to any issues that we're encountering throughout the year based on our budget. We're budgeting nearly $85 million a year with our water and our sewer and tax budgets. And it's important that council stay on top of those results as well. And so we're bringing those to you quarterly. In fact, we're just compiling one now as at the end of March. And it will be coming here in the coming weeks.
And I just wanted to make sure I got the right impression that although this study does a good comparative and uses benchmarks from a consulting as well as our audited, we don't have to wait for audited for more recent financial things that are going on. So if there is something that we see, we can actually be aware of that within a month or two, rather than relying on such a report like this, which is 18 months. So I think it's just important that I understand and the public understand that that is the case, that we do have. Would that be correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's absolutely correct. Finance Department is monitoring this stuff all the time. We're in front of the executive leadership team every month with financial reports on our year-to-date budget results, our forecasts and projections. And the financial health is a little less frequently, but of course we're watching our cash balances every week to make sure that we've got the cash on hand to meet our obligations. And so this is not something that we do when we have time. We're doing this all the time.
Final note, if I may, there's also a financial committee that is involved in the budgeting process and also has, so we also have that on a monthly basis. So if there's anything sort of trending or going, we have a couple of on-hand council and committee, as well as your department, as well as regular quarterly reports that are given in a timely fashion. And then on top of all that, our financial health is in a report like this, but the best you can do is an 18-month window. Thank you very much.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through Mr. Elliott. Mr. Elliott, I'm sure members of council and probably the public would be interested in hearing more about the BMA study. I know there was a time that we had posted on our website the Municipal Performance Measures Program and the results of that. I'm not sure if we always posted the BMA or not, but currently, are either of those available for the public or members of council to view?
Through you, Madam Chair, on our current website, we have a page called Budget and Financial Information, and there's links to all kinds of information there. The annual financial statements are there going back, I believe, 10 or 11 years. There is a section for the MP results, although that has been less and less of a priority for the province in recent years. With respect to the BMA, I have not been in the habit of posting it. I was of the belief that it was a copyrighted piece of material, but in doing some of the research for this year's report, I found that it is hanging on various websites of municipalities across the board. So it's easy to find, and I will work with our communications group to find a place for it, again, also on our budget and financial information page.
Thank you. I know for myself, I've collected them since first sitting on council. I always find there's lots of great information. I know we've had conversations about them before. I know there's always some challenges in comparing to other municipalities, and even the grouping that Aurora gets placed in to raises some questions because you look at single tier versus, upper tier and so forth. But I certainly would encourage members of council and for the public's interest to take a look at it as well. But going back to my initial comment about improving of our financial system, I'm sort of hearing two things. One, I've always heard that we could do better with our financial reporting, that it's not always the most up to date, but just some of your recent comments make me think that yes, I understand you are on top of it, but I think there are challenges. It wasn't too long ago that we were reporting a deficit of $300,000. And part of it, I assume, was because there were some challenges with having up-to-date and current information. And last I heard, that deficit is no more. Now we're into a positive light. And so, I appreciate the fact that you are doing your best to manage it. I still think there are enhancements that need to be done to our financial reporting system so that we stay current at all times.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's absolutely right. There's two elements to that. One is the capabilities of the financial system itself, as well as the users that are using that, both feeding it information and relying on that information. And I'm working on those two elements, particularly in this year. And as we finish off a number of projects, we're going to be looking at a financial information systems need in 2018.
Thank you. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I agree with Councillor Thompson's comments certainly about more up-to-date information. It is a long time lag. On page 3 at the very bottom, tax reserves per capita. And we're doing very well, and of course we do have the hydro fund. The part I want to clarify is, it says this strong percentage is an indicator of the town's financial flexibility to address one-time or short-term taxation pressures. My understanding is that is what the stabilization fund is there for. So is that what you were referring to in particular, as opposed to the whole package?
Madam Chair, I was referring in general to the total amount of the reserve funds. Having cash available to us it gives us the financial flexibility to immediately respond to any situation that may arise. With healthy reserves like this, and yes, absolutely, the Hydro Fund is helping us out. We have the luxury of that cushion in our pocket to address crises that may happen, whether it's natural disaster that comes through the town and we are faced with all kinds of situations, or just a downturn in the economy and needing to rely and hold our resources on hand while there's a lowered revenue for a short period of time. It gives us the ability to buffer through storms, whether it's economic storms or other crises. And so it was more a general statement than anything, but you're right. The tax rate stabilization reserve is the primary place that we would go to in those circumstances, but in the event that we were overwhelmed, we would go beyond that.
Thank you. And if I recall, the stabilization reserve is a fairly recent addition to our reserve funds. And so through you, you're satisfied with the amount of money that we have in that fund?
Right now, the reserve is just over $4 million in total for the tax rate stabilization reserve. I'm fairly comfortable with that. I would like to see it a little higher. Some municipalities have targets of close to 15% of their tax levy as their stabilization reserves, so we're not at that level. I am working with the Finance Advisory Committee next week to discuss some reserve strategies around the stabilization reserves and perhaps the need for some specialized ones such as winter control. And so that's on the agenda in the near future.
Thank you. My last question is the bottom of page 6. It's the tax debt interest as a percent of own source revenue. Would you be able to provide, perhaps not tonight, but another time? We're now at 0.3%, down from 0.4%. And doing very well according to the study average. But you do make note with the JOC and the new fire station that that's going to go up. So do you have any idea of what that is going to be, or could you provide that to us at a future date?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to do something like that, probably just by email in the coming week or so, and just update that. It would be based on estimates of what our debt load will be for the fire hall ultimately, as well as we see on the agenda tonight, there's talk about a new community center as well in the near future. So there's another source of a likely source of debt. So it's continuing. What the message there is that we do have a very low level of debt load currently. There's room to utilize it for healthy reasons, and I believe that we are on track to do that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Humphreys, I'm sorry if I butted in. I didn't see your name.
No, thank you, Madam Chair, and sorry I'm late this evening, and I just want to make sure we're talking on item C1. Perfect. First of all, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this excellent overview. It's exactly, what we have been looking for, and in particular, and I love that, just the health of how we're doing as a town, and this gives our residents some really good security that we're managing the overall expenses, debt, and revenue in a very fiscally responsible way. And I apologize, I wanted to speak to you earlier today, but unfortunately I didn't have a chance to but I will before next week. But I do think that, first of all, I love this report, and I'm not sure if there's any intention to take it from here and almost make it a public brochure or an online brochure, working with our communications department, because it's very important that our residents, I believe that our residents have an opportunity to understand what this means to them, and just, again, how well that we're looking after our town's budgets. So just wondering if that's the intent through you, Madam Chair, if perhaps Mr. Elliott wouldn't mind sharing maybe future plans of communication of this plan.
At this point, I wasn't thinking of a special brochure or insert or anything, but I was going to intentionally pull it from the agenda section of the website over to our budget and financial information page so that it's easy to find. You don't have to go searching through the agenda side to find it. So we'll just have it hanging out there. I believe my last one was still there, and so we'll leave them both there.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to think about it and give you a shout this week, because I think there's probably another step that we can do to get the word out there a little bit more than just on the website, which is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. But I think when there's a good, powerful story to talk about, there's other areas where, we've got to look at things, but when there's a good story to tell, I think it's an opportunity for us to showcase that somehow, and how we're building 10-year plans ahead of time. And again, it's information that typically residents absolutely trust us with, and we're absolutely doing a good job of that, but I think to showcase even more is important. So I will may bring something up next week on that, but thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, we'll go on to C2. Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is really just a quick comment through to either Mr. Nadarozny and or Mr. Elliott on page 5. So the first page of the table listing. The first item mentioned is the asphalt paving Old Bloomington Road. So the total approved funding was $889,000, and the current balance, the surplus which is being returned, is $609,000. So what did we really skimp on the paving? I just think for future, and I certainly don't expect it for next week, but I think if we could have a column in there saying, if it's more than a 10% variance or a 15% variance, whatever that magic number might be, just a quick reason as to why that happened. And I think that would probably forestall a lot of questions in the future. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo that comment, and I've made that comment before. I mean, this is an administrative report that we get on a regular basis, and it's occurred in the past, and we've had that conversation where we said, please help us with these, because sometimes these reports raise more questions than they answer, especially when there's a significant variance or a significant surplus being returned. And it would be helpful if there was just a one or two liner to those, few that stand out, certainly the asphalt paving, and even the next one, Child's Drive, which really there's a 40% return back. And the question then becomes, well, as Mayor Daw stated, what happened? Was it, something that happened to the project? Sometimes it's region funding. I just think there needs to be a line or two in there to help explain it, not just for us, but if the public's looking in and they want to know, well, why would you have approved a $1 million project if it only costs $600,000?
Thank you. Oh, Dan would like to answer. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I take responsibility for the missing variance, significant variances. It has been a conversation, and unfortunately we dropped the ball in preparing this particular report. However, we did see it as we were coming forward to this report today, and I can advise that on the Old Bloomington Road project, we did end up, after the project was approved, we did end up sliding this report or this project into a funding application, and we received some OCIF grant funding, and so we are returning the balance to source. With respect to the Child Drive channel improvements, a consultant did that budget estimate for us, and as it turns out, it was significantly conservative, and we were able to achieve a much lower bid on the tender and get the work done for much less than we had first thought.
Thank you. Anyone else? I have one on page 6, the very bottom. This may have, I'm not sure if this should be to you, Mr. Elliott or Mr. Muno. It's not something I've seen before. It's the Hartwell Way overpass contribution, where we budgeted $300,000, but actually it was covered by the subdivision agreement. I don't remember seeing something. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Hartwell Way overpass was constructed by the developers, and it was included in the subdivision agreement that we would be paying $300,000 towards it. And at the same time, we ended up with a budget item for the $300,000 payment, and the two didn't come together. The payment was made directly to the subdividers outside of this budget, and so we ended up with double the funding, and so we're just closing this one off and returning it back.
Thank you, and it was $300,000, but are we returning the full $300,000 to source?
That's correct. The $300,000 did go to the developers, but straight from the reserve, not from the capital account.
Thank you very much. Okay, so could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Moving on to our agenda, the regular agenda. Item number 1 is St. Andrews College. Would someone like to put that forward? Again, thank you, Mayor Daw. Councillor Thompson. Any discussion on this? Thank you. Then I have some comments. I think that St. Andrews is a very valuable community partner, and I'm very glad that they're in the town of Aurora. But they are also a business, and some businesses in town may consider this unfair. It may set a precedent. So I do have some concerns about this. And also, I don't know how I'm not sure who would be the appropriate staff person. I'm going to try Ms. Van Leeuwen. So when we have an agreement like this with, when we have an agreement like this with, for St. Andrews, do we make any parameters like the number of banners that can be put on one post, the size, the distance from the ground, who repairs them, how do they get repaired if somebody complains? And I'm not clear. I did find it a little bit strange that we would be given permission to use our own light standards when we needed them, but I'm not clear if the St. Andrews banner comes down and our banner goes up. So who would be appropriate to answer those questions? Mr. Nader Rosny, lucky you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So many of those details will be worked out in the actual agreement. This we haven't gone into that level of detail in the report, but we would articulate that they'd be responsible for maintenance, that they would carry the liability related to those brackets and so on, and all of those things would be in the agreement to the satisfaction of our staff. As it relates to the switching of the banners, we can put formal language in. I haven't talked with any amount of detail about like an actual time sharing. We thought the reason it came up was actually for Canada 150. We wanted to be able to put them on there, and when I approached Mr. McHenry, he was absolutely fine with sharing them and said that could be part of the agreement as well. So again, we haven't worked out that detail part of it, but I would anticipate that when we don't need them, they would do something like they've done now, when they would have them covered with their banners. But I don't expect much resistance to calling them up and saying we've got this coming and we'd like to use 7 of the 14 poles. Further to that, any agreement that we have would have a clause in there. They are our poles. And so if we ever weren't able to come to agreement, we would always have the right of rescinding that permission. So that's our ultimate protection.
Thank you. I'm not clear. So the light poles will be used by St. Andrews or Aurora. We wouldn't be flying 2 sets of banners on one pole?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a good question. I mean, technically, I guess you could put one on either side of the pole. We never talked about that amount of detail. That wasn't what was intended. It was every second pole would be freed up for the town of Aurora, was the way I talked to St. Andrews College about it, and they had no opposition to that.
Thank you, and I think that would be the appropriate way, because I think that having their banner and our banner on the same light standard might be optically not a good idea. Okay, those are my comments. I'll also reflective material. Like, we need to be careful what the banners are going to be made of, because we don't want them to be interfering with safety of traffic. So is that going to be done between staff and St. Andrews? Do you get to see that? Does council get to see that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Normally, staff would just look after that and make sure that we've looked after all of our concerns.
Thank you. Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was maybe some concern, and maybe I misunderstood the comment, but the fact is that St. Andrews was putting banners on there when there was no agreement in place. Through you, Madam Chair, who would I ask that question to? Mr. CAO?
Through you, Madam Chair. So St. Andrews originally had an agreement to put the banners on 6 of the standards, and that agreement was brought to council. It expired, I believe, at the end of 2014. No action was taken by either party to renew that. The banners were still up. It just kept proceeding. At some point, I'm not exactly sure when shortly after St. Andrews acquired the additional property on Yonge Street, they approached the town. I believe it was just a conversation, though it wasn't in a formal way, and asked that since their property line had extended down Yonge, if it would be okay with the town to just continue the same process and include the other light standards that were bordering their property that they had just acquired. That approval was given verbally. That approval was given at a time when the contract had already expired, but nonetheless it was given, and so St. Andrews went ahead and installed extra brackets and installed the banners. It was shortly after that, I think, that it came to our attention that the extra poles were in use, and we began the investigation and discovered that we had some maintenance to do in terms of our agreements.
So, to be fair, I heard Mr. McHenry state that he advised the town staff that he was what they were doing. They were putting up banners and they notified. So he really thought he had done his due diligence in being a good partner and letting us know exactly what was going on and what he was doing. Subsequent to that, we have now discovered there was no agreement, and perhaps, you know what, we should go back and do that. And so I don't want to go into it any more than perhaps as basically some, what do they call it, like bookkeeping, just to bring things up to whatever the term is, just to bring it up to date. They are an outstanding partner, and they do communicate what they're doing, and they had no idea that they needed a permit, because they weren't advised that they were in need of a permit. They were just letting us know that they were changing their banners and that they were going to now move down on their other property. So I think, for the best of intentions, their understanding was what they were doing was okay. And then when we did some investigating, we realized upon their request that maybe we should bring it to council to get a 5-year permit, so that that relationship can continue, and that they're willing to share and work with us if there's something we want to put up there as well as theirs. But they'll keep putting up some colorful, diverse signs as a gateway into our community, which I think was what we would all like. So that's why I appreciate that clarification. It is in the background, but it just needs that little gap between 2014 and now, just needs that explanation as to why they were changing banners when there wasn't a permit. And the reason is because they didn't know, but they were communicating what they were doing. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. If there are no other speakers, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Thank you, that carries. Going on to R2. Would somebody care to put that on the table? Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Okay, nobody. Thank you, Councillor Peary. This is about the Mayshall Avenue parking permits. Councillor Humphreys, would you like to start us off?
Yes, I'd like to start off with, change the motion to go with, the recommendation on the table to go with option 1, which is council to waive permit fees, parking permit fees, and then I'd like to speak to that if I can get a seconder to that.
Councillor Abel is seconding that. Councillor Humphreys?
It's an option in the...
Mr. Clerk, do we need to go with the motion on the table and if we vote it down, go with the alternative? This is a crazy system.
Through you, Councillor Gartner, it does appear to be contrary to the motion on the floor, but that's also the chair's.
So, why don't you speak to the motion on the floor? Thank you.
Thanks. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not on, but that's okay. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. And my apologies, I was supposed to get in touch with Ms. Van Loon and say I'm sorry that I could not get that over to you. But, and I appreciate the report and how it may appear to other residents where they would have to pay for parking. And I appreciate the history here, but what's really unique with these homes are there's 2 homes with no driveways at all. There may never have been. But the challenge is now that there used to be alternative parking across the street when there was, the grocery store, and there used to be other retail outlets there. So they would not have a problem. In fact, during the winter months when there was mandatory off-roads during snow events, they would park there and they'd be okay with any of the issues that were going on in terms of trying to follow bylaw rules. Well, now that we've got a development there, there's really no options for them but to park on the road. And what's happening due to increased construction and so on, they're not able to park in front of their homes, and they need to park in various locations, causing quite a problem when they can't park in front of their own house. And again, very unique to other homes in the community. I know there's comparison to parking around the park. Those are actual parking spots, and these are residents that were looking for additional parking in their area. This is not additional parking. This is to park on the road in front of their home. So to me, it's different. It's unique. I've driven around everywhere. I can't find another residents like this. The other thing is, I learned that during winter months, they were exempt and were able to park on the road. So, with no fee. Is that okay? You're looking at me doing this? So, yeah, anyway, so there's no fees for them. They're exempt because what can they do? They can't park anywhere else. So, for me, it's just allowing them to park instead of just winter months for free in front of their homes, that they can just park and have that option in front of their house. Now, if they park there, they get a ticket. If they park just outside of it, that area, they don't. So I really appreciate the work town staff have done. They've done a great job. To me, it's just a matter of, it's a unique issue. Let's waive the fees. I don't believe it's unfair. It's different to the other residential locations, residential that we have. So for me, I just would like to turn down this recommendation and put one forward for exempting the fees for permit. Waiving fees, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as much as I appreciate Councillor Humphrey's passion for this, I support the staff report. The houses were purchased without parking facilities. with the knowing that they would be parking on someone else's property. And I'm be willing to bet they never asked that. That would have been the old IGA, I guess, if they could park on their property. So I understand their problem, but if we give them this exemption, then how about the people around Town Park? Why are we charging them parking? So I mean, you know, it's we have to be seen to be doing be equal to all residents. So no, I support the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I don't agree with the mayor on this. I think that if the town approved the building of these homes without driveways, then we're taking some sort of responsibility on this, whenever it was. We have building codes that if you're going to construct a home, it has to allow for so many parking spaces, and in this case it wasn't. So now we're dealing with that. I also have a problem with the permit charges for the people around the town park. I think everyone in our community is allowed to park on the road. Why is one area, why do they have to pay to do the same? That to me just isn't fair. I do agree that if there's an issue with the GO train and the parking around there, that we have to somehow look after this, but issue the permits, but charge them just a nominal fee. They should enjoy the same privilege that everyone else in this community does. So I'm not in favor of that for those two reasons. I think it's not fair to those people. I've heard from the people in that area. There never really was an issue until the GO train came in, and now suddenly they're having to park. You know, they're having to pay for it. If I recall, the whole thing started because a resident was parking his trailer there and not moving it for 3 months, and so then we said, okay, well, we better do something. But again, we have to have a town-wide parking policy. And so through you, Madam Chair, I do recall that last term we were talking about our parking policy, and I believe it was between the Director of Infrastructure and the Director of Bylaw, and they were working together on putting together a report on parking or something to that effect. And so through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask if perhaps Taisha Van Leeuwen might be able to respond to my inquiry.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Nader Rosny is going to do that.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Councillor Abel is correct. The parking, townwide parking policy is on the books. I believe it's actually in the capital budget for 2018. The reason it was left in 2018 is that Metrolinx is currently doing a parking study of the downtown area, and we anticipate that a lot of the background work that we need to come up with for the actual policy will be done by Metrolinx at their cost as they work out their parking issues. So we're waiting for that information first, but it is in the capital plan for 2018.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nader Rosny. And so it was last term, so we're talking years on this. And we do have a parking issue, and we plan a lot of investments and capital investments based on knowing up-to-date information. I might suggest that we suspend the parking permit fees until we have a comprehensive townwide, and we have the comments from councils. My concerns are that if residents are enjoying parking on the streets, that all residents do it, and not to, I don't want to use the word discriminate, but why would one part of our town have the residents paying for something that everyone else enjoys? And we don't have a comprehensive parking plan at this time. So I think there's a bit of a, perhaps this is, and we've seen this in parking around the town park, where we say, okay, we'll make these the boundaries, and then we find we just moved a parking problem to another neighborhood. And this is why I think we should be taking that approach at this time. So, I mean, every other councillor here is up next, so it'll be interesting to see where the comments lie, but that's how I feel.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. You know, listen, I'm very sympathetic with them. You know, I talked to them back when the the property across the street was sold and they can no longer park there, and the landlord changed, and he didn't want, it was a commercial parking lot, and he didn't want cars parking in it because he'd be liable, and they were constructing. And so when that happened, that's why the town stepped in and gave him a temporary reprieve. Again, allowed them to park over the wintertime with the thought of coming up with a permanent solution to it. And while, you know, I recognize it's a challenge for them not having any parking lot, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, well, unfortunately, you're going to have to park on the street and pay a fee as a permit. You know, we have many times during the planning process had people come forward with an application, and we say to them, did you not read the read before you buy guide that we have produced, and say you know what you're getting? Same here. I mean, it's been, I don't know, 50, 60 years or however it's long that they haven't had that driving. And so I don't think it's unreasonable. Now, granted, you know, we had this conversation before about different spots within the town, and we always come back to the same thing about, let's be fair to all. If you're going to waive the fees in this particular case, then I agree completely with Councillor Abel and others that then let's waive the fees elsewhere. It doesn't make sense to charge in Town Park and then say, well, these people we should waive, because it's not, $200 is not really the hardship. It's a question of what's fair. And so let's do one or the other. Let's suspend it and revisit this whole thing and allow this to go on until we find a fair and equitable solution to it all, or not. But I mean, in this case, you know, having them to pay a fee to park on the street is not unreasonable. It happens in many, many municipalities. The cost is not absorbent. But if we want to take a different approach, then let's look at it all over the place. Let's not just say with certain cases are we're going to waive and other cases we're going to charge. Let's be consistent. That's my points.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Peary?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to Councillor Thompson, if I had an agreement with one of my neighbors to let me park in their driveway overnight, and then those neighbors choose to sell their house, and I'm stuck in a position, I don't think it's necessarily the municipality's role to have to fix the problem for those residents. I don't think $400 a year is an absurd amount of money. I think when we looked at the City of Toronto as a comparable, you know, their rates were much higher for a full year, and so I think it's completely reasonable and rational that if you're going to be using a town asset overnight for an extended period of time, that you would have to pay an additional sum of money to be able to use that asset. Yes, this asset is a road, but you know, how is that really any different from using a baseball diamond at the same time every night? You know, it's ultimately an asset. So I'm fine with making these homeowners abide by the same rules that we make everyone else abide by.
Thank you, Councillor Peary. Councillor Maracas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually see this quite differently. There's no one in the town right now that pays to park on the street. No one. They pay to park a permit in a parking spot, but not on the street. So if you want to be fair to everyone across the town, we need to be fair across to everyone. Then I guess everyone's going to start paying for parking on the street. Now, when we look back at this, if we want to look at it, there's something missing to me in this report. When you look at it, if you want to look at the history of this, is that we had a resident, well, a couple residents that came to us and said, we park on the street for free right now, but we have an issue when we leave. We've shoveled the snow, we've cleaned it up, the other areas are a bit messy, we leave to go grab some groceries, we come back, someone's parked in that spot, so we can't really find a spot. Is there anything you can do to help us? So we went back, we tried to figure out, we got our heads together and we said, hey, let's do something. Let's put up 2 signs and we'll give you guys that permit so that way no one else can park between these 2 signs and you'll always have those spots. But while we fix that, instead of you parking for free, we're going to charge you. So tell me how that makes sense. How does that help them out? We didn't help them out. We're helping them out by charging them? I say just remove the signs and just let them park there for free then. That's what they were doing before. So to me, this makes no sense. so, except for to waive the fees. And trying to compare it to the town park, it's a totally different situation. We created a 3-hour parking limit, so therefore it's tougher for people to be able to park on the street, for a long period of time. So we said, let's create some extra spots within parking spots that are permitted, and you can get that permit if you need that extra parking. It's a totally different situation. And as far as, I appreciate the fact that they bought their houses knowing that there's no parking. But if that's what the recommendations are going to come out of, if someone knows what they're buying, and the recommendation is going to be that we don't make changes, we don't make amendments, I guess maybe through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Ramuno. So going forward, on an ongoing basis, will we be having recommendations coming forward in applications for planning, considering that they know what they're buying and they know what the zoning is, that the recommendation will be that we don't make any amendments? It's a question.
Mr. Ramuno.
To you, Madam Chair, that's always an option for council, right, with a planning application, not to support a certain application.
Well, I appreciate your non-answer, Mr. Ramuno, but I'm just trying to make the point that if we're recommending that we don't waive the fees due to the fact that they knew what they were buying, everyone knows what they're buying, developers and everything. So to me, if we're going to treat the development community one way, we're treat a resident. Why are our residents getting treated like second-class citizens? They're the taxpayers. They're the ones paying. I'm not in support of charging them, and I'm hopeful that that this will get voted down and we can waive the fees.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, to Ms. Van Leeuwen, what is the current bylaw for parking on the street? I was always under the impression, I guess wrongfully so, that on-street parking was 3 hours everywhere, whether you're on Conover or Aurora Heights. But is it really all day, aside from the winter parking regulations?
Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Through you, Madam Chair, the parking restrictions are inconsistent throughout the town. We do not have a 3-hour maximum limit. I believe on Machel, the overnight parking restrictions for winter time was where the issue occurred. I can say that they have designated spots. What they've requested is designated spots on Machel, so that no one else can possibly park there because they're designated for permit holders. Because what they were experiencing is that increased parking along the street, daytime, nighttime, whenever, was removing their ability to park on the street. So they have requested designated parking spots on their street for permit holders only.
Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Ms. Van Leeuwen. My view is, if that's the case, my view is that you take the, we don't designate that part of the street as a permitted parking. If someone else should park in front of their house, then so be it. It's tough luck for them, but it's up to them in terms of whether they want to park there. So, unless we change the parking bylaw for all of Aurora, let's make it consistent. Let's treat Machel as its own thoroughfare, and we're not going to assist them in having permitted only parking, but at the same time we won't charge them. So just let them fend for themselves, and that seems to be the only consistent way in my mind.
Thank you, Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the fees that we charge, is those just cost recovery, Ms. Van Leeuwen, or do we how does the funding, or how does the amount get determined?
Through you, Madam Chair. When we came forward with a parking permit program for Town Park and Town Hall, we reviewed the fees. There is administration fees. There's also an enforcement expectation. So with Town Park permit holders, we have increased enforcement as the permit holders were experiencing other people parking in their spots, and so we did work with the residents and the permit holders in that area to increase enforcement efforts. So it is both.
Thank you. As everyone said, I appreciate the very unique situation that we're encountered with here. However, I have no problem supporting what's on the floor. If I was to support something else in terms of a non-charging of this particular owner, I would only be in favor of that as if we were going to review the whole shebang and make it fair across the board. I mean, a number of councillors have spoken about how we have to be fair, and if I can park in front of my house and you can't for free. My street's an example. Temperance Street, no one can park on the street. Streets like Bailey, I think it is, or Bowler, sorry, you can only park on one side of the street. The street's not big enough for both sides. So some, you could argue, are disadvantaged on one side because why does the other side get to park on the street, and so forth. So, I mean, it's not exactly that every street is a wide boulevard that everyone can park in front of their house for free. Each part of the town has different circumstances, but I think we should try and find a consistency as best we can. And so, to my mind, that consistency at this point would be to charge them a permit fee. And my only caveat would be if as a council we're uncomfortable with that, then we should look at the whole system and make a determination. So, for instance, if $200 for a 6-month fee is exorbitant, or it's not, it's more than just cost recovery for the administration of a permit, then I would be happy to lower that fee or look at all sorts of options. But I think we just have to be as consistent as possible. I mean, we have a 3-hour parking restriction now, daytime hours in the Town Park neighborhood. That's inconsistent. That's addressing one problem, but that's an inconsistency from other parts of town because you can park all day and 9 to 5 in different parts of town. So I think, again, I think we just have to be cognizant of those items moving forward, especially when we talk about some parts of town being treated as second-class citizens, because I don't think that's the case. Specific to this, exact instance, I think, the mayor's right. I mean, if you buy a house without a driveway, you have to understand that you will have concerns regarding that. The City of Toronto has the same issue. There's a lot of houses in the City of Toronto with no driveways. They have permits you can purchase and stuff and so forth. There's other parts of Toronto where you can, you have a full driveway. So, coming back to the motion that's on the table, I'm okay with moving forward. But if other members of council want to move forward to review the whole shebang and look at the entire permit system and parking process in the town, I'd be happy to move forward with that as well. I'm just not comfortable making an exception for 2 houses on one street because I think that opens us up to making more exceptions to more houses on different streets. So I'll be interested to see what other members of council have to say on their second go-round. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For the second time, Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple things, and I hear what everyone's saying. Absolutely, we need to try to be consistent, but we're anything but consistent with our parking and traffic bylaws right now. And I feel that we're not listening to the distinct difference. 2 houses in all of Aurora can't park in front of their homes. They got to park. That's because you got a driveway. And people don't, no one's listening, there's no driveway. So these people go shopping, they come home, construction all the way down, they gotta park way at the end, they gotta walk up to their home. Yeah, you could say they knew about it, but things have changed. They always had the alternative to park in the parking lot across the street. It's now a development, and there's no alternatives anymore for these 2 homes. And we're gonna make an example to be consistent for these 2 homes. For me, it just takes I don't know, I don't get it. We're going to make an example for $800 a year. I don't get it. And overall parking permits right now, we're collecting $68.90. Like, what's the point? I'm with Councilor Abel on this. We did ask for a parking review a while ago. We were talking about just-in-time parking. It's been years and years, and now we're up against this kind of stuff. So for me, if this doesn't go tonight, I hope it doesn't go at all, because I don't know if anyone can, but I think we should suspend all parking permit costs right now. It's not a huge hit to our revenue, and I think we need to come back with a parking plan overall. If we want to talk fairness, then let's do it overall and not make this the example tonight, because I feel we've done so many things to these residents. We allow them to park for free in the winter because they really have no choice. So what do we start charging them now for the winter that we never did before? Because they have no choice to park anywhere else. But we're going to charge them now because we want to make sure that, well, they get to park in front of their house. But the thing is, you guys got to live there. You got to look at this. They can't park in front of their homes because construction workers are coming in while they're developing across the street, and it's just for me, for two homes, this shouldn't even be here. I'm mad at myself. I should have pushed last meeting when we didn't want to talk about this. We wanted more information from staff, and it absolutely shows that we just can't do anything. Everybody, it's all or nothing yet. Anyway, I'm just sort of sorry. I'm frustrated. I would have liked to see whether we do an exemption across right now and get a good parking strategy in front of us, or I would really hope that we can support some sort of exemption for these people, because I just think for two homes that have no choice, they don't have a driveway, everyone else has a driveway, at least one, and they can park on the street. They might not be able to park on the street. These guys have no driveway. They have no choice but to park on the road. This could have been solved by staff and not having it come here.
Mayor Daw, you're up.
Thank you, Madam. We're having our own discussion over here. It's quite animated. I usually don't get to do this, so it's kind of fun. There's some interesting discussions going on, and I think one of the sticking points is that we are still waiting, as Mr. Nadev-Rosny said, for an overall parking plan, and somewhat predicated on what Metrolinx is doing in the downtown core. So I would be prepared to put a motion to defer this item until we come to a comprehensive parking plan, because I see both sides of the story. And I don't think anybody here wants to be thick-headed about the thing, but at the same time, I think we all want to be equitable. So I would be happy to put a motion to defer, unless anybody else wants to speak to the main motion at this point. Come back after we've had the opportunity to look at a comprehensive parking plan, because I think we really need to look at this to be fair to everybody. So
excuse me, Mayor Daw, so that would be that these residents would be able to park on the street
no charge
as they are now, yep. And we would give them a permit? Yep.
Until such time, Madam Chair, as we've had an opportunity to.
Thank you. I haven't had a chance to speak on this.
Deferring that. Town park would be totally different.
I believe the mayor said unless somebody else wants to speak to it, and I haven't spoken yet. So I would say this is setting what could be a very difficult precedent for us, for the town. I absolutely don't agree with deferring it. I think if we're going to allow anybody to have a dedicated spot on the street which says nobody else can park in this spot except me, except this permit holder, I think we're setting a very difficult precedent. We have no idea when this study is coming back to us, and so I disagree with the deferral, the proposed deferral. Okay, so Mr. Mayor, if you want to put your motion on the floor now, I believe everyone else has had a chance to speak to it. So I think Councillor Thompson was seconding it, although I know there are others that want to.
I'd like to speak to deferral. Are you allowed to?
Yeah. speaking to the deferral? Okay. Are you speaking to the deferral? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm fine with the deferral. I agree with most of the comments around the table that we need to look at it overall. We've been saying that for a long time, and I think this is just a good compromise at this time to just kind of let's figure this all out instead of doing it piecemeal. Let's figure this out right. Let's get it done right. I mean, there's lots of aspects that I'd like to look at. I mean, I've mentioned, you know, how about doing permits within a whole street section for certain streets that don't have enough parking. So there's all these things that we need to look at, and then we need to develop these concepts and put them all in place, and then we can figure it out. So I'm fully in favor of the deferral until we get that back.
Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want some clarification. So we're essentially deferring this decision until we get a comprehensive report back. We're not setting a precedent. It's status quo, as if this report never came to us until we get a more comprehensive solution. So I'm just responding to your comment that we're setting a precedent. We're not making a decision on this matter. That's what I'd like clarification on. We're deferring it until
either
a report
clarification
comes
from
back.
Mr. Nader-Rosny, or I see also Ms. Van Leeuwen wants to speak to this. Mr. Nader-Rosny, you want to go first?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, I think the status quo is unacceptable to the current homeowners because we've reserved 3 spots and we're not giving them permits to use those spots, and then right now they require permits. So the status quo would be that we'd have 3 empty spots there if no one's buying permits for them.
Temporary.
So we'd either have to, well, till 2018 or whenever we do the park. I mean, I'm just explaining, status quo is not going to please the homeowners.
Ms. Van Leeuwen, anything to add to that?
I think Mr. Nader-Rosny said it very well, that we need a little clarification on the deferral and what it actually means for these property owners. So it might be waiving the fees until we complete the study, and at which case we will re-examine this issue, perhaps. But the status quo, as Mr. Nader-Rosny has stated, means that these property owners will not have a permit, a parking permit for those designated spots.
Thank you. Okay, John Abel's next up. Oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor Tom. Of course you do.
So we have to provide direction still then? Okay. A question then, these permits, are they specifically tied to the addresses? Or can anyone buy a permit in front of these addresses? If I want a permit, why can't I buy it? Can you answer that for me, Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Madam Chair, the request has only come forward from number 22 and number 24, and I believe that there are 4 designated spots there right now. They are looking for 2 parking spots each. The parking permits are available on a first-come, first-served basis. We've had no other requests for parking permits on that street at this point in time.
Thanks. I think we just have to be aware of this stuff, because if we permit the spaces out and then someone else comes and buys the permit, then the homeowner is not going to be happy either. So we're trying to resolve the situation for these homeowners, and you know, obviously it's a minute scenario that might happen, but it's still a scenario that could possibly happen. So, you know, and as far as a recommendation, for me, I think if they, you know, the recommendation is to move them to a permitted system. They pay for the permit. We come back with the parking review, and if the permit system's unfair or the fees are too high or whatever, that would be my preference, because then we get into, again, not charging for these folks and charging people at Town Park while we're waiting for this kind of grand review of the parking strategy. So I don't know how to, you know, put that into the motion, but I suspect it will be contentious and we'll all go around again. So yeah, I mean, my preference would be that we charge them a parking fee until we've sorted it out, and you know, in equality with all the other permits that we charge for.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I have no idea how to handle this. So we have a deferral on the table. We have somebody who has a suggestion that results from a clarification. Staff is saying we need to put some parameters around this. Do you have a suggestion? Or perhaps the mover of the deferral, now that he knows that staff needs some clarification, would like to take his motion off the table temporarily?
Well, the purpose of the deferral was to provide parking facility there, so why don't, and I don't know if this would be in the motion to defer, or if the clerk would like the wording some other way, and maybe I'll get clarification from Ms. Van Leeuwen on what the wording might be, but what if we I don't know if we can defer and remove the designated signs at this point, so there is no designated parking there. They just go back to what was there, and I don't know if that would be, and I apologize, I just don't know if we could work that into the motion or not, if that would be appropriate.
Thank you. Could you clarify that?
Through you, Madam Chair, the motion for deferral is generally supposed to be just about the deferral, and the time and date may be amended into it, but even the discussion is supposed to be purely about the deferral. So I would say that would be contrary to the procedural bylaw.
Are we allowed to remove a deferral from the table, or do we need to go ahead and vote?
Oh, okay, I'll pull it.
Do you have, but the seconder needs to agree?
For a withdrawal, yes.
For a withdrawal? We need, I think for staff's benefit, we need to have a different motion on the table that deals with the residence issue, whether it be temporary or permanent. So, somebody else want to try? Okay, so that's right, the original motion is still on the table. So we need to vote for that, on that. No, these speakers are for the deferral? Okay. We'll then, anybody who wants to speak for the second time on the main motion, we'll do that. Councillor Abel.
Madam Chair, I'll take my name off for now because
Okay.
I was speaking to the deferral. So
Okay,
I'll
thank
wait
you.
till the others speak for a second time, and then I'll make my comment if I choose.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson, is your name there for the deferral or for speaking second time?
Time.
Thank you.
Speaking to the main motion, just through you to Ms. Van Leeuwen. Ms. Van Leeuwen, if council decides to either charge a fee for those spaces or to waive the fee, would that be something that would be specific to the house and maybe even registered on title, or is it just specific to the individuals? Like, I'm just trying to see, playing forward, how that impacts if they sell the house or not sell the house. How does that all sort of, in your mind, play out? Or maybe...
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
I've just been advised by our town solicitor that we can't register on title. The parking permits are, they are in the hands of the permit holder, which would be the property owners of 22 and 24. So we can administer that piece of it so that they're earmarked for those particular properties. At this point in time, number 26 has not come forward. They have a very, very small parking pad. I have viewed and observed a small compact car parked there, but there are some concerns. There's a retaining wall that's deteriorating. And so going forward, I think we have to be cognizant of that as well, that there might be an additional request for number 26.
So in essence, we'd let them know that the waiver of the permit fees is not something that's transferable or something like that. That if they were to sell the property, the new property owners would have to come forward and make a similar request. Is that how you foresee things being administered?
Ms. Van Leeuwen?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's how I foresee that being
Thank you.
administered.
The reason why I was willing to support a deferral is because I agree with the solution, with the sense that, you know, we've not done parking right this term. Every time we've gone into these parking conversations, inevitably it turns into some other issue that we deal with weeks later and stuff, and so we keep trying to pick at this and without really finding an overall solution. And I'm hopeful, you know, that by figuring out a temporary solution for this situation, that we look at it from a global perspective, because what I've heard around the table is, once again, council's split on something that has to do with parking, and I'd rather find a solution that the vast majority of council can get behind and support, instead of it continually coming to 5-4 and 6-3 votes, you know, because we all see this in different ways. Like for myself, you know, I think of, you know, well, this is almost like have a reserved space on the street. And so, you know, if I want to have a reserved seat on the airlines, or if I want to have a reserved seat at the theater, you pay a premium for that. Nobody else has the right to have a reserved spot on the street. And, you know, if that's a policy that we want to do, if anybody wants to have a reserved spot on the street, wants to pay extra for it, so be it. But again, it goes back to what Councillor Humphreys said. We've been anything but consistent when it comes to parking, and we need to revisit this. And I understand that, you know, it may take some time to get back there. So, you know, I kind of liked what Councillor Maracas suggested, was let's just pull those signs up. Let's go back to what was originally given to them was, hey, listen, here's a temporary relief while we try and figure this out. You can park on the street, and we're trying to work this out. You know, yes, they had the situation resolved when they were able to use that commercial lot. That's since gone away. You know, I don't even know if we've given any more thought to the yard at the end of Matchell Avenue, which the town owns, and whether that was ever a possibility. Because there was at some time talk that, because the Historical Society was building a parking lot back there, was that a place that they could use temporary? Yes, it's not right in front of their house. Yes, they would have to walk a little bit distance. But, you know, was that a plausible solution to the situation as well? That was something else that was talked about in the past. But, you know, I think it's important for us to at least try and get this right.
Thank you. I know we want to make a good decision for the residents, and I see that Ms. Van Leeuwen would like to add something before we continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two things. The resident has requested a designated spot on the street because of the issue of no parking available for certain times. The other thing I think we need to be cognizant of is that we have to do a follow-up report on the winter parking restrictions, and because this past winter was a pilot program. So if we don't move forward with removing the overnight parking restrictions on a more permanent basis, they may have an issue come next winter when we have overnight restrictions across the town, and we would have to work through that as well. Where will they park? If we designate the spots, we will work with the property owners on snow removal and coordinate a plan with them as to when we would require access for snow removal. I just wanted to add those couple of things.
Thank you, Ms. Van Leeuwen. Councillor Thompson? Before Councillor Thompson gives up the floor.
Just if I may add to that, so it's my understanding, though, that they were allowed to park on the street in previous winters, and the plows just sort of managed. You know, I remember having conversations with Mr. Simonauskas, and he did have those with the fleet. Maybe there'd be a new direction with that, but it has been done with them before with regards to parking on the street. But, you know, I'm all for whatever the best solution is.
Thank you. We also have to remember this is going to become a construction zone shortly. It already is. Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. This is the third time my name was up there for the deferral, so that's okay.
Thank you. I think we know how you feel. Councillor Kim.
I was also going to speak to the deferral, so I'll pass on this.
Thank you. Councillor Maracas, where are you at? Have you spoken to us already?
I thought I only spoke once and then once to the deferral. And if I'm wrong, maybe the clerk can, am I correct? Thank you.
Okay, it's your turn.
I'm fine if, as Councillor Thompson mentioned, if we look at taking them out and just going back to the way it is, because I just don't think that we've solved the problem. We actually created a bigger problem by putting these signs in. But my question, I guess, is what was the cost to install them, and what would be the cost to remove them? Through you to Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Ms. Van Leeuwen.
Through you, Madam Chair, I am not 100% sure of the cost. It is our operations division that installs the signs and pays for that cost. I don't know. I really don't know, and I wouldn't want to guess at this point in time how much a sign and the installation costs. I can find out for you and provide you with an email and to all of council.
Councillor Abel, if you have a quick comment. Oh, sorry, Councillor Marcus.
Did you? Oh, you're. I'll wait then. Okay. Did you want to switch chairs? Is that what's going on? Oh, okay. So I guess my recommendation at that point is if we're going to just go back, instead of taking out the signs, maybe we just cover them for the time being. Because if you're going to pull them out, the cost to install them, the cost to remove them, you might as well just waive the fee for the time being. We're going around in circles, as has been stated before, but, I was fine with the deferral because I do want to get that comprehensive parking strategy put forward in front of us, but you know what, to me, it's just odd that we tried to solve a problem, and I think we created a bigger problem, and it's not the first time. So I think that for the time being, if we just cover those signs and allow them to park there for free, which they were doing beforehand, I know that there's still going to be some issues with the construction. They're probably going to leave, and construction vehicles are going to come and park along the street. And I think that was part of that whole, when that development application came before us, the talk is like, let's do something for that street. So let's just figure this out at some point, and let's get this done. And if that means let's cover them up and just put it back to normal, then let's just do that.
We do have a motion on the table, though. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me. So we do need a comprehensive parking study. I want to guess it's 4 years, but at least 3 because it was last term. And I remember asking and going back and forth. But we have uncovered winter parking's got to be reviewed. We have received lots of complaints about commercial vehicles parking overnight. That has to be addressed in the parking. The town park, the people there feel that they shouldn't have to pay when other people do not have to pay. We talk about Go Transit and Metrolinx doing their study. We talk about the 2 properties on Machel. There's a lot that we have to address in a comprehensive parking review. I think it's incumbent on this council to address that situation and to move forward with that study to be brought forward. There's lots of concerns already that we've identified that we would like to see addressed. We have to partner with Metrolinx. I know the Ratepayers Association at the Southeast Heritage District made it very clear they need a traffic and a parking study. Our BIA, or that's starting, but the businesses say we have to address the parking on Yonge Street. We have to get in tune with what our residents are saying. And we do know that we have something going forward. For some reason, it's been too long. So in light of all that, I would be in favor of a nominal fee for those parking at town parks, and no one has to pay there, and do whatever we have to do to hold the fort until we get that study forward. I think that's the best course of action at this time. Otherwise, if we're going to try and do it in piecemeal, I think we're all in agreement. Whatever we decide is going to come back and compound it with another issue. We have those 5 things that I just mentioned, we have to talk about. We have to do this for our residents and our businesses.
Thank you. And I think we also need to keep in mind, there's been a lot of discussion tonight about Town Park. Town Park is very different. The parking around Town Park is for the residents of the community at large. And by issuing parking permits, I've had a lot of complaints that we've taken spots away from the public who want to park at Town Park when they visit Town Park. And to me, part of that problem is because we've allowed multi-unit dwellings around the town park not to get away with not including parking on site for their residents. So it is very complicated, and Town Park is even more complicated, I think, than we considered before. Anyway, we do have a motion on the table, and so I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That fails. Would somebody like to put another motion on the table? Sorry. I beg your pardon? Excuse me, I'm a little lost. Does somebody want to put another motion on the table? Oh, there's Paul. Can I please go home? Paul Peary, it is your turn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will put a motion on the table that report number CS17-010 be received, and that the town remove any permitted parking locations on Matchell Avenue.
Is there a seconder for that motion? You're seconding that, Councillor Thompson? Okay. Is there any discussion on this?
Just to clarify, that's my
sorry.
understanding of what was said around the table. Just get rid of the signs for now, let people park Wild West style. In the near future, and when we finally do get a report back, then we'll be able to come through with a policy that works for everybody.
Councillor Humphreys.
Through you, Madam Chair, and that's okay, but I also want to add that the residents at 21 and 23, 22 and 24, thanks, go back to permit parking in front of their homes like they were before this all started. Yes, there was an exception for these because of the construction and the winter issues that they were going through. So we don't want to take that away from them.
Thank you. A clarification from Ms. Van Leeuwen on that comment.
I understand that was a temporary arrangement at some point in time that the director of IES made a decision on, but it was a temporary arrangement.
That's not the residents think.
Councillor Abel. Okay, sorry. There is an amendment, but the wording needs changing because it's not
Just until
in stone.
If I can add.
Is there a seconder for that motion, first of all?
I haven't finished. Can I add to the motion?
Okay, hold on.
Just until a comprehensive parking plan comes forward, then there's a plan. So this is, again, just a temporary solution for these people that, again, are impacted by the development across the street, and that they cannot, where are they going to park when it snows? I mean, we're asking them, I think we approached them and gave them the opportunity to park there, because where are they going to park when it snows? It was temporary because we didn't know what to do, what we were going to force on these people.
If you would be good enough to try and, could you say the amendment again so that Mr.
And
Clerk
just
can get it
add
down?
exactly what we have, and just add that the residents on, is it 22 and 24? 22 and 24 be allowed to park as they were before for free in front of their homes until a comprehensive plan come back, and then there'll be whatever the rules are for everyone to follow.
I guess that's contradictory to the main.
Oh, for goodness sakes, I give up. You know what I want.
Any permitted parking
Thank you, Councillor Perry. So we're going to have to vote on this one first. Councillor Humphreys?
Okay. No, she's not including it. It's okay.
Speakers.
Councillor Thompson. Oh, I apologize. Was Councillor Abel, were you next in line?
I was, but you know what, I'll put my name back up.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Just for clarification, for myself, you know, I know he said remove any permitted parking locations, but until we figure this out and not to further any additional costs, I'd be fine with the signs just being covered over. I don't think they have to be physically removed. So, you know, perhaps if the mover is comfortable with that as well, that can be left to staff's discretion.
Thank you, Councillor Perry.
And you know, and perhaps some background information can be sent around, but it's my understanding is that there was never any permits given to him when initially the town, you know, talked to the owners of those homes and tried to offer them a temporary solution. It was just sort of unwritten that by law and that the snowplowers would not tow them away, that there was no guarantee that it would always be in front of their house, but I think, to the best of my knowledge, the town staff were aware of what kind of cars they drove, and that message was passed along, and so they just allowed it to go. But, I mean, I'm fine with leaving that to staff's discretion to work that out again, that temporary solution, until we can get this right.
Ms. Van Loon, do you want to weigh in again?
Certainly.
Go
ahead. Thank you.
Sorry.
My suggestion would be that perhaps the only time that this will really be an issue is if we reintroduce the winter overnight parking restrictions. And perhaps at that point in time, we can issue them a temporary permit without designating spots on Machel Avenue until we have a further, more comprehensive parking study for the town.
Thank you. I don't see anyone in disagreement around the table, so, okay. Do you have any, you're the seconder of that, do you have anything to add to that? Councillor Thompson, okay. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that if we're going to defer this, receive and defer, the only fair thing to do townwide is to, as was suggested and on the table, this current amendment is to, you know, cover up, get rid of the permitted parking locations, and they'll have to fend for themselves. And that is my interpretation of this amendment. I'd be happy to support that. And whatever else comes up in the winter season, or, you know, we'll deal with that as it comes. And we don't know how long this report's going to take, so.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't see any reference to the permit parking on the town park. And I think, to be fair, until we solve our parking, just as we have with Machel, we should put a permit cost that reflects administration rather than, I don't know where this price came in at $200 for 6 months, but I think it would only be fair, though. The feedback I've got from the residents there is they don't mind getting the permit and they don't mind paying something, but they shouldn't have to pay so much. So if it just covers administration costs to be able to control what's going on in the town park with the GO Transit and how we're going to eventually solve that, I would just put a hold on that. If we're going to charge for permit parking, it should be universal throughout the town. And I don't know, Madam Chair, if that's something I would put an amendment on at this time, but I think it's good that we put it on the table so that the residents understand that we are bringing that forward, because that's what I was asked to do. And so I would bring that forward in an amendment. So I don't know what the best way to do that is let this amendment that Councillor Humphreys has put on, or put on a friendly amendment that all permit parking.
So this is the motion that's on the table. And you wanted to add an amendment to this one?
Yes, to include Town Park. If it's going to say on Machel, then put it around the Town Park as well, or everywhere, town-wide, instead of just Machel.
I'm not an expert on this, but I think that is too far-reaching for this motion. That would have to be new business or a notice of motion or another motion. Okay, I make...
Well, my only comment would be is that it is in the report, the parking around the town park. Many properties in our downtown heritage on page 2, so it is covered in there, as well as some of the financials. So I see it as being part of the report, and if we're going to say part of the report we're going to deal with in Machel and waive the permitting there, I think it would only be fair to our residents, because they brought it forward, they have voiced their concerns, that we address it on this report. If you're asking or you're determining, Madam Chair, that it is not that and that it's a separate notice of motion, then fine.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. I think that if we were going to, then we would have to kind of address our whole parking issue.
And that's exactly what we have to do.
We do, but I don't think that this motion is the place to do that. I think everyone around the table agrees with you. I'm not sure how to do that at this moment, but with this motion, I don't think we can add that on to this motion.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go with your ruling, but I really feel that this is the place to bring up townwide parking matters that we're talking, and our residents are asking for something to be done here. So,
thank you, and I agree with you, but I don't think that this is the place. So. There's no other speakers. I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Now we have a 10-minute health break. I don't think so. It's part of the... John,
yeah.
I'm really sorry, but
That's all right. I don't know. We're really bad. And when we're considering dropping $4 million into that church.
And a presentation by staff, and I believe this is referring to item number 3. Item number 3. Thank you. So we have quorum. So would you like to start? No, you don't want to start?
Good evening.
Hold on a second.
Sorry.
Okay.
Now we're good?
Yep.
Okay.
So
Good
for the
evening.
public who can't see the screen, we're talking about internet voting for the 2018 election. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Daw, Chair Gartner, and the rest of council. Thank you for the opportunity to come in front of you tonight to talk about alternate voting methods and specifically internet voting. This presentation will first consider the historical context related to the municipal elections in Aurora and guiding principles that council should and could consider when selecting an alternative voting method. The presentation will then dive into all things internet voting, including why it's so popular and some potential concerns. Lastly, next steps in the election process, should internet voting be approved, will be explored. So moving on to the background of our presentation today. It's interesting, when we were looking at this, and this is not an anomaly by any means, but eligible electors in Aurora have never cast a vote using anything other than paper and a pen. So votes on paper were manually counted until 2003, at which point the town began using optical scan vote tabulators to tally the votes. In the 2014 municipal election, Aurora had 2 questions on the ballot and had a voter turnout of 35.74%. The turnout percentage itself is right around the average for municipal elections in Ontario. However, a better turnout may have been expected due to the presence of 2 questions, which generally attract more votes due to the referendum nature of the yes or no questions.
When choosing a method of voting, it is important to keep in mind these principles, which are often referred to by the courts when evaluating matters related to the Municipal Elections Act. Secrecy and confidentiality of individual votes cast, fairness and non-bias, accessibility for all voters, maintain the integrity of voters, candidates, and election officials, certainty that the results of the election reflect the votes cast, fair and consistent treatment of voters and candidates, and ensure valid votes are counted and invalid votes are rejected. Staff believe that an internet-only voting model exemplifies these principles. So next we will discuss some of the features of internet voting. Convenience and accessibility. Internet voting allows the elector to vote anywhere in the world on almost any device with an internet connection over the 7 to 10 voting period leading up to 8 p.m. on election night. Considering the technological age we live in, this is the most convenient method of voting. Internet voting is also the most accessible method of election and allows voters with disabilities to maintain their dignity by allowing them to vote independently in most cases. At the town-provided voting locations, touchscreen stations will be set up to improve accessibility over laptop and desktop computers. Based on staff research, internet voting solution providers have experienced a positive response from seniors who have participated in internet elections. Modernization of voting. It is fair to say that the rest of society has evolved much further than how we cast votes for elected representatives. For well over a century, voting across all levels of government has involved traveling to a polling station, marking a paper ballot, and depositing it into a secure ballot box. This process has been made moderately more convenient through the years with the introduction of a mail-in ballot or through proxy voting. In 2003, our York Region colleagues in Markham approved internet voting as part of their advance vote available to residents. In 2014, the town of Ajax became the largest municipality in Canada to run a completely paperless election. There can be no question that internet voting is the method of the future in municipal elections. 47 of Ontario's 444 municipalities used some sort of internet voting in 2010. In 2014, this number more than doubled to 97 municipalities. It is not unreasonable to think that this number could increase to over 200 municipalities in the 2018 municipal election. Some municipalities have already adopted internet-only or hybrid voting models for the 2018 municipal election. Some of these municipalities include Pickering, Ajax, Huntsville, Petawawa, Kawartha Lakes, Sudbury, Hanover, South Huron, Smith Falls, Bracebridge, and Sarnia. Within the region, Markham will be running their 4th election using internet voting, and the town of Newmarket have approved to run an internet-only election for 2018. Fewer resources required. Traditionally, elections are very heavy on paper, as the town will require at least 40,000 ballots to be printed, plus a large number of forms that are compulsory at every voting location. This is both costly and bad for the environment. Internet voting removes the need to print costly ballots and forms, which also makes the election process much greener than in past years. As society becomes more focused on the environment and convenience, internet voting becomes the clear choice where available. And finally, proven success. One thing to note about internet voting is that typically municipalities that implement it either as a voting option or the only voting option do not go backwards. When polled by staff, other municipalities shared some of the positive outcomes based on their experiences with internet voting. These comments included a high upfront cost, but fewer staff resources are required, so internet voting ends up being more affordable. Seniors were the most active age group in electronic voting, experienced a large voter increase from the 2010 to the 2014 election, and based on user survey, 97% of electors indicated they were satisfied with internet voting.
Moving on to some of the challenges associated with internet voting. I think when staff look at the challenges, the main challenge is security. And when staff think of security, we think of it in two ways. The first instance of security is the voting system, and basically, can it be hacked? I can't stand here definitively and say that it cannot be, but I can say, however, that there are no recorded instances of electronic voting system being tampered with by malicious third parties in Ontario municipal elections. And to combat this threat, what happens with all internet voting elections is there's a security audit which occurs every day. The audit ensures that the system is working how it's supposed to without outside influence. A further and more technical description can be obtained if council wishes. The second way that security is thought of has to do with the voter. A second regularly brought up fallacy is that someone could determine when the mail when the mail with everyone's voting pins is being delivered to certain apartment complexes, condo buildings, and steal the mail and vote all the pins. There's never been a documented instance of voter fraud occurring in Ontario, and it's at least one that charges were laid. And it's important to remember that if someone were to theoretically steal the mail and vote all the pins, they would be breaking 5 federal laws under the Criminal Code of Canada. Further to this, through the security audit, staff will be made aware of abnormally large number of votes being cast from the same IP address or other such anomalies. Next challenge is access to the internet. This is a serious concern even over and above security for rural municipalities. Staff have been assured that internet voting is possible over a dial-up connection, but that's much slower and more reliable connections. This will become frustrating and cumbersome for electors, and if Aurora has a significant rural population, this recommendation would almost assuredly not be in front of you this evening. Being that almost, if not all, of Aurora has a strong connection to the internet, this concern is less important for staff. For the small pockets who may not have a strong connection, or for those who like to get out and vote, as is traditional, staff will be making public voting kiosks available at strategically located town facilities around the municipality. This will make voting similar to what people are used to in years past, except they will be using a mouse or tapping their finger rather than paper and a pen. The town will also be providing a voter helpline and email for anyone who is having specific troubles. The town will also hold open houses so that residents can come check out the equipment and see how it works. Another challenge is user-friendliness. To ensure that the internet voting system is as user-friendly as possible, staff will be involved in extensive testing prior to the launch of the voting. Educational materials will be made available to voters far in advance of the vote to assist voters during the advance vote and on election day. As previously mentioned, support will be available to voters during election period through phone, email, and in person. And then lastly, for the challenges, just wanted to note other concerns that we certainly have, or that have been brought up. Interestingly, and also counterintuitively, there is no real evidence that voter turnout increases when internet voting is available. With the convenience factor, you would think you'd get a higher turnout, but the evidence just really isn't there in some cases. In other cases, it is, but on the whole, the sample size is not big enough yet to be statistically significant. And further to this, a real-life example would be the town of Ajax, who has had historically a terrible turnout. The low 20s was good for them in the 90s. So their turnout in 2006 was 25%. It went up to 27% in 2010. And when they introduced internet voting in 2014, it went to 32%. So again, the sample size is too small, but there's some evidence there. When polled by staff, other municipalities shared some challenges based on their experiences with internet voting. Markham and Ajax noted that the extensive staff resourcing commitments from IT and Communications Department is required throughout the election process. Prince Edward County and Ajax expressed that a paper model is time-consuming and costly when paired with internet voting option or a hybrid model. So it's just a couple of municipalities have let us know that when paper is used with internet voting, it's by far the least option, and one of the unfortunate, or the least used option. And one of the unfortunate things would be is that we, in the sense, we'd be running 2 elections because we'd need 40,000 ballots just in case every elector decided to use or to vote with paper. So some next steps should internet voting be approved this evening. A bylaw will be presented at the April 25th, 2017 council meeting for adoption. We would work out an essential part of the internet voting plan would be a communications plan. This is a big departure from the norm for the residents of Aurora, and the needs of Aurora must be educated, or the needs of the residents must be educated as such. And we'd also use a variety of social media platforms and all platforms to engage residents. And then lastly, we'll be looking for an internet voting vendor. Through a joint RFP or one of our own, the town will select an internet voting vendor. References will be a huge part of the selection. We will not entertain any internet voting, staff will not entertain any internet voting vendor who has not run numerous successful municipal elections in Ontario. And that's it for the presentation. We'd be happy to entertain any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. A motion to receive the presentation, please. Thank you. Mayor Dawn. Mayor Dawn, Councillor Thompson. Are there any questions? I see we have a list. Councillor Kim, would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know if any previous vendors or what's high on your list in terms of security? I'm concerned about Russian intervention in Aurora's municipal elections in 2018. Oh, sorry. Okay. Well, I think the first thing I thought about was security. I mean, I think everyone's concerned that, just like you said, there's various, just fun polls that'll come up, and and it might have very loose filters, like just checking the IP addresses. But there's a lot of ways to kind of fool the system, and I'm all for internet voting. And in terms of my question would be, have you guys gone through some of the basic workshops or presentations that these vendors employ, similar to what we would go through in an open house? And you guys are comfortable with that?
Please answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Through the chair, yes, absolutely. At clerks' conferences, clerks' educational events, even that job prior to this one, we did internet and a paper ballot voting in Minden, of all places, in cottage country. So, it's it is possible. And to answer your question, yes, it's very, very common. I know the most well-known vendor is IntelliVote, and I know their CEO well, so I've seen all the presentations and very comfortable with the models that I've seen.
Councillor Thompson. Sorry, Councillor Maracus. Sorry, Deja. But then...
I can't wait for the day that we get to control our own mics again. Thanks very much for the presentation, and thanks very much for the committee members who stayed to listen to the discussion and the work they've all done on it. Just to go back to the internet voting solution vendors, you mentioned one of them. Are there many of them in the field these days?
And yeah, through the chair, yes. That's a challenge for staff, to be honest with you. That is who's ran the elections in Ontario, and at the municipal elections in Ontario, and who can provide the best references, really. And because this is only getting more popular, so you're getting vendors popping up. And so, there are certainly many of them out there. The challenge for staff will be securing the best one.
Councillor Thompson, do you want to continue?
And so just so for my clarification then, the plan then is to use an RFP process whereby we would score each of the different vendors, so we wouldn't strictly rely on a tendering process, which is bid reliant. We would have some qualifications and categories in there in which to be able to be certain that we'll get, let's call it the most qualified candidate. And the reason why I bring that up is, I have some experience from a retail perspective where I've seen many different systems and software vendors come in and create systems for, multi-million-dollar companies and stuff. And there's been challenges, and it's well documented. Even global companies like SAP and some of their products have created challenges in the implementation phase of it. So, I think for myself, I'm looking for a company that has a proven track record, because my biggest concern of all this really is just the implementation of the software and making sure that it's a seamless transition. The election is a one-shot deal. on that day, and you want to make sure that, there are no hiccups, that you're using a proven vendor that can show it time after time. And so, I am a little concerned about being on the vanguard, but I recognize at the same time that, this is the way of the future, and we need to move with it. But I'll be looking forward to seeing more information in the proposal when they come forward about who those vendors are.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Perry?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the right direction to be going, but one question I have from a procedural standpoint. Somebody moves to town 2 months before the election. There's no time or opportunity for them to get their name on any lists. In the past, you'd receive a blank card that says you can go vote at this location. And you bring in a copy of your water bill, your tax bill, whatever, what have you, and you can go vote. In this circumstance, how does it work? Is there a separate blank card that gets sent out where our staff can validate whether or not somebody has actually moved to the community? How does that work? What's that process like?
I can't say definitively. That's something we have to iron out in the next 18 months or so before the election. But I could see a similar situation to what you've described. We might set up a system where, I know Ajax did this in 2014, where we validate people over the phone, which it's more. It sounds better than that, or it works better than it sounds. I mean. But no, absolutely. And every voting location we'd set up around the town would have a table specifically for adding people to the list too. So even if you don't get anything in the mail, you figure out at 7 o'clock there's a municipal election going on. Oh, I need to go vote. You can still get on the list and still vote from an internet kiosk at the voting station.
My other question, again, it's not a huge thing to iron out. Seniors who both aren't really big on using the internet and might have some challenges getting around. I'm thinking of people in some of our retirement homes. Will we be going to private enterprises as well for the voting? Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, can I just clarify that? We're going to be going to seniors' homes as we do now and setting up. Thank you. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm just curious about the CRA utilizes internet-based where you can file your taxes, and I'm just wondering do they utilize the same security measures as this would kind of have?
Through the chair, I expect they would. I can't say definitively. I don't really know the very technical aspect behind it. I could certainly find out, but I would expect that. I've heard that often, that we can file our taxes. We do all our banking online. Surely we can vote. So I can find that out, but I don't know specifically if it's the exact same software or setup.
Thank you. And then I did have some of the same questions as Councillor Perry as far as the voters list and what would happen if someone needed to be added on. But just out of curiosity, generally, is the voters list going to be created in the same way as it has always been?
As far as staff still know, MPAC is still in charge. So yes, that it will be a status quo voters list. It'll be a live voters list, which I'm not sure if we did vote anywhere in 2014, but it'll be, the idea is that a person can vote from anywhere, regardless of the method too.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I appreciate this is the way of the world, and we need to absolutely provide a lot of accessibility for anyone to vote whenever, wherever they can. Just back to some of the concerns with some people, and not necessarily seniors. I know a lot of people, well, not a lot, but someone I live with, who doesn't have an email or doesn't use computers. And when he goes to the voting poll, will there be people training them on how to how to use it? Will there be friendly training necessary or that just type of thing?
You know, there'll be well-staffed voting locations with the people, nice people, like you said. That's key, and people who know they'll know the common problems. Just in word of mouth, I've heard that a classic one for people is they're putting stuff in the Google bar and not the URL bar, and so you know it'll just be very gentle fixes, and you know, and it's stuff that they can do it over the phone too. They don't have to, if they're at you know, they're at home and they're even one night and they can't figure it out, we'll have a voicemail from when we're not here, and then we'll be returning calls. And I think we can also set up our phones so that when someone does call, it'll go to myself, Sam, the election coordinator. So, and the first person who picks it up fields it. So I think we'll be we're in a good position to handle any customer service problems that may arise.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's very good. That's actually excellent, because I think it'll help provide those assurances for those people. And oh darn, there was one other thing and I forgot. I think that's it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back here. And Canada is your first time, if you remember. Thanks. Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. I'm in favor of this. I think it's a great idea. Two quick questions. You've mentioned a couple of times that it won't be restricted to IP addresses, as an example, just in Aurora. So one of the issues that's always been available, college students, as an example, could vote by proxy. So now they, you know, if they're away at Guelph or London, they can vote from where they are. Or if I happen to be traveling somewhere in another part of the world, I could vote as well. So I think that's a great addition. What about languages? Have you considered whether or not there would be even a need to accommodate multiple languages in this? I'm not sure if any other municipalities are doing that, if it's even a concern, but maybe it's something you just want to take back and look into.
Through you, Madam Chair. So one of the benefits of internet voting is that because you're using an internet browser, you can actually translate that page into a different language if you choose, or copy and paste that information into a translator. We have things like Google Translate available to do that. Also, we plan on translating some of our material into different languages for people who don't have English as a second language.
Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, what, if any, security analysts were consulted in the preparation of this report and presentation?
Through the chair, nothing specific for this report or presentation, but I've spoken with many vendors in the years past who will tell you that they're internet security consultants. I certainly haven't asked for the resumes, but I do. That is generally, you see the vendors, the startups are generally IT people who think, wow, this is a good idea. This is the way of the future. I can make money off this. And so not that all IT people are security experts, but they do have a little bit of background there.
So thank you. So there's been no third-party security firms or analysts that have been hired to proffer an opinion on the security of internet voting. My next question is, I just lost my train of thought. Give me one moment. Thank you. In your opinion, what's safer method of voting from a risk perspective, the status quo or internet voting?
I think from a purely a risk perspective, internet voting is slightly riskier, I'd say. I don't buy into it being too risky to not recommend. I mean, this is, at the same time that, I'm putting, if this goes wrong, then that's going to be big trouble for me, and as it should be. And so I'm putting, that took a lot a lot of research has gone into this recommendation, and so I do believe that it's certainly slightly riskier, but the risks have been taken on by other municipalities, and they've done well. So I think the convenience aspect overweighs the risk.
Thank you. I'll save my comments for when the motion's on the floor.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. I like your candor. Just quickly about advanced voting, because, you know, as Mayor Dodd brought up, there's the ability to vote from anywhere on voting day. And so would the plan still be have advanced voting, or maybe reduce the number of days for advanced voting? What's your thoughts?
Generally, with advanced voting, once you start the internet voting period, it doesn't stop unless it is purely for an advanced portion of the voting period. But our a preliminary idea from staff would be to start it sometime around the Saturday morning of the week before the election. So you got about a 10-day period leading up to, so let's say you started at Saturday at 8 and it closes Monday of election night at 8. And so that is the most popular way that municipalities who use internet voting go.
Thank you, Councilor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to ask, so I'm just assuming that we'd be looking at all aspects of on the town website of putting up a link, and it'd be on the front page. As soon as people come on, they're able to just click and just go straight to it. So those are the kind of things that we're going to be looking at to make it accessible to everyone and as easily accessible. So people don't have to go searching for it, because I know a lot of comments we get about the website is they find it hard and difficult to find certain things. But this one, I'm assuming we're going to put it front and center, and it would be there, very easy for them to find.
It'd be the in the can't miss it variety of ads, I think, with this one. And when you get your PIN in the mail, there's a ton of information on it that including in big letters the website to vote, the URL, and everything. And so it's right there for you. And then, of course, the homepage of our website would have a nice link on it to take you right to the site.
Councillor Humphrey, second time.
Hi.
Or is it your first time?
Second. Thank you, Madam Chair. And JT, I'm sorry, Councillor Tom asked my question that I was thinking about earlier. However, one other one that someone brought forward or was asking about is scrutineering. I know I was just going through the list, and it talks about recount, but normally scrutineer is quite a large role. How is it going to be played the same or a little different? Have we thought about that?
In the historical sense of the scrutineer, yes, they are still there. They can attend any of the voting locations. They can observe the process. They can be there when when the results come out. There's no ballots to review. So it's certainly additions to the voters list are up for grabs, but there's no, like I said, no ballots to review in this case. And so when they're there, they see the results come out, but the work in the servers that's happening, no one would see that. But the scrutineers are still welcome to be involved.
Thank you. So motion to receive and refer to agenda item number 3, or do we already have that on the table? Okay. We may even have that on the table, but if we don't, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Maracas, all those in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Goodbye, Tisha. Thank you. Could I have a motion to put item number 3 on the table? The gentleman at the end, Councilor Maracas, Mayor Dawn. Thank you. And we have nobody who wants to speak to this yet. Councilor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you know what? I'm all in favor of this. I think it's the way to go. We tout ourselves as progressive and being accessible and looking at all these aspects, and I just think moving forward, this is what needs to be done. And I think that the talk about the security issues, I'm comfortable in hearing that what certain people, what different municipalities have done and what's out there. And I would just echo what Councillor Thompson mentioned is that whatever RFP goes out, it should not be the lowest bid. definitely, it should be the most qualified person putting to do this, because we want to make sure it's done right. So, yeah, I'm all for moving forward in this, and I think, are we also dealing with, through you, Madam Chair, are we dealing with the add-on that was added on to this report? No?
Thank you. We didn't bring that forward. Are you talking about the?
It was about the ward and the consultant. Are we dealing with that?
I had a look at that. I think that's a separate item.
Is that a separate
Yes.
item? Okay,
Yes.
so I'll
Thank
save
you.
comments about that for after. I just wanted to make sure that wasn't part of this and didn't get
you.
a chance to speak about that. So, yeah, I mean, to me, I think it's straightforward. I think it's the way to go, and I'm excited. I think anything that's going to possibly increase voter turnout, voter engagement. The aspects that the mayor brought up, the fact that people that are away at college or university are going to be able to vote. I think it will increase that engagement with the younger people within our town. So I'm excited to see this be rolled out, and excited for the 2018 election.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the motion. I echo the comments around the table with regards to, the way forward, the fact that it has the potential to lead for additional engagement and additional voter turnout. But I do have those concerns about the implementation of it. I would hope that going forward that staff will continue to provide reports and update us on the implementation process. And, I think it's great that, staff will be available and do customer service, but, this is a massive change management project. Right. It really is changing a lot of thoughts. And we were just, talking a bit about it, but I can see a number of people calling at the last minute and saying, hey, I can't find my PIN. What is that PIN? We need to make sure that in this first go around that you have the suitable resources to handle those kind of, queries and potential challenges leading up to the process. And so, I think I'd like to see, as if council agrees that this is the way to go, some reports leading up to it, so that we all have a comfort level that we have the infrastructure in place to handle this kind of project, and absolutely look to Ajax and others and learn from them and what kind of resources they had in place. Because I just, again, it's change management, and it's making sure that we're in a position to handle all of those unforeseen circumstances, that other municipalities have dealt with and learned from, so that, again, it comes to a seamless transition.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in opposition to the motion on the floor, and I'm against Aurora moving to internet voting, at least with respect to the timeline that's been proposed. So this needs to be implemented by May 1st to be enforced for the next election. We have an 11-page report put forward, at least to the council agenda, based on recommendations made by the Governance Review Committee. I appreciate that, but it's come to the council table 2 weeks prior to that deadline, or whereabouts. It's 11 pages. There's no reference to the multitude of studies that have been done on this issue all across the country, in multiple countries. There's not even an inference that they've been read or addressed in the research for this report. And we're not talking about changing the margins here. The recommendation from staff is to move to internet only, with very few voting stations around. One of the things I've heard about in the staff recommendations, and certainly why a lot of municipalities have moved this way, and why a lot of people support it, is modernizing the voting system. But modernizing for the sake of modernizing, to me, is not a good enough reason in and of itself. The system we have now, our clerk even conceded, is not as susceptible to risk as internet voting. It is and I'll get into the reasons why. There's a lot of studies and panels and various studies and things that have been undertaken in the last decade that will contend that. So I just like to get into some of them. So obviously this issue's been around for a while, as the presentation noted, as the report notes. Markham's had this for over a decade, and it does outline that municipalities have been increasingly using this voting method. The Chief Electoral Officer in 2013 gave a report to the legislature. It's extensive. It does look at both sides, both pros and cons of internet voting. But there's some interesting, I guess, examples of where internet-only voting has been implemented and some of the results. And I'm just going to highlight a couple of them. So in 2010, Washington, D.C.'s internet voting pilot project was compromised by a group of 4 University of Michigan professors and students who, within 48 hours of the system going live, gained near complete control of the election server. The students and professors were able to successfully change every vote and reveal almost every secret ballot. Election officials did not detect the breach for nearly 2 business days, and that was on a test. It wasn't even the actual vote. It was a pilot project, and it was the test of the software. That was back in 2010. Another instance noted in the report, under the Help America Vote Act, the U.S. Department of Defense had been researching and analyzing plans for potential internet voting possibilities. In 2012, plans for internet voting by overseas military personnel was canceled because a security team audited, it was canceled after a security team audited their $22 million system and found that it would be vulnerable to cyber attacks. So they canceled their $22 million system because it was vulnerable. The report goes on to say, and it was mentioned by our clerk in his presentation, that often people assume that introducing new channel of voting, such as network voting or internet voting, will translate into an increase in voter turnout. The research of this report supports the findings of the City of Edmonton's Issues Guide on Internet Voting, which states that at present there is no conclusive evidence that shows introducing internet voting will have a positive impact on turnout. Internet voting will not fix the problem of voter turnout decline completely. It is not a solution to the social and political causes of non-voting. After that report was issued, the legislature of British Columbia commissioned an independent panel on internet voting, and they received recommendations in February of 2014. The number 1 recommendation was this: do not implement universal internet voting for either local government or provincial government elections at this time. However, if internet voting is implemented, it should be limited to those voters with specific accessibility challenges. If internet voting is implemented on a limited basis, jurisdictions need to recognize that the risk to the accuracy of the voting results remain substantial. The risks of implementing internet voting in British Columbia outweigh the benefits at this time. Therefore, it is premature to implement internet voting on a universal basis. That was the first recommendation. They go into perceived and actual benefits. And it's interesting. I won't highlight them all. The report's on the internet. Everyone can read it. So the perceived benefits. Increased voter turnout, they found not a compelling reason for introducing internet voting. The improved speed and accuracy of results of the election, not a compelling reason for introducing internet voting. Cost savings of administering internet voting over in-person voting, not a compelling reason for introducing internet voting, at least in the short to medium term. It requires fewer resources of parties and candidates, not a compelling reason for introducing internet voting. Reducing or eliminating errors made by voters when casting ballots, not a compelling reason for introducing internet voting. And maintain relevance by keeping up with other aspects of society, not a compelling reason for introducing internet voting. Even the green aspect of saving paper wasn't even decided upon by this commission. The only compelling perceived or actual benefit that they found was that it increases the accessibility and convenience. That was the most compelling reason. And a little bit closer to home, this is the last example I'm going to cite tonight. I'm happy to go back into it either a second time or at council later. The City of Toronto in 2014 was looking at implementing internet voting just for members of their community with disabilities who couldn't make it to the polls. And as part of the RFP for the 3, I think, successful vendors, or 3 vendors that participated in the RFP, they had a security assessment for vendor proposals provided, which was done by 2 experts from Concordia University and Western University. The independent security expert conducted the study in response to the RFP. The 3 vendors analyzed the study, run systems. Sorry, I'll get, just briefly, I don't want to read it all because it's all on the internet. But basically it says this: from a security design perspective, internet voting is a particularly challenging problem and carries the greatest number of risks of any ballot casting method. Online voting introduces a number of unique potential threats to the voting process. Voters must submit secret ballots using a computing device potentially infected with malware or spyware over a hostile network for a storage on an internet-facing server. From the perspective of an individual or group who, for any number of reasons, may seek to disrupt, surveil, or otherwise alter the outcome of an election, an online election can be attacked without requiring a physical presence and can originate from any part of the world, opening a door to the potential of interference from a much wider array of adversaries. Moreover, an internet voting system constitutes a single point of failure. The exposure risk to an attacker is therefore considerably lower than a conventional election. And their recommendations, which were adhered to by the city because the city voted down their RFP 29-1, City of Toronto that is. The recommendations regarding the use of internet voting. Of the proposals evaluated in the context of the RFP process, it is our opinion that no proposal provides adequate protection against the risks inherent in internet voting. It is our recommendation, therefore, that the city not proceed with internet voting in the upcoming municipal election. If the city, contrary to this recommendation, remains committed to the use of internet voting, we advise that the system be limited to voters with disabilities and not offered to the electorate at large. In the interest of understanding who those vendors were, the 3 vendors analyzed that were members of the RFP, they run the systems for 43 municipalities in Ontario, representing 1.2 million voters. That means that 43 municipalities, the vendors that they use, these security analysts stated that they don't have confidence in their ability to maintain the confidence and security of the elections. And I was reading in an article in Municipal World that said that some of these vendors, if your municipal election is compromised, what they offer you is a discount. Anyhow, that's all I'll say at this moment in time.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Thank you for your research. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's a hard act to follow. I'll tell you, though, you absolutely highlighted everything, that I suspect I'm in the business. And when you're talking about security and audit, I noticed on the lists in the report, it does talk about an independent audit, security audit, as part of the voting process, but I don't see a security in terms of this system, like an audit of the actual security system that's purchased, which is really, really important. And a lot of, so my question here, how many municipalities in Ontario do we know of that have already done this? Did you mention Newmarket? Can you just repeat that?
This question is going to our clerk.
Yep.
And through the chair, just for clarifications, how many municipalities in Ontario have already?
Yes.
So there was 97 in 2014, and I don't have a number for how many have signed up already for 2018, but it's gone up every year since it's been introduced, so I would assume it's more, but I couldn't definitively say.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not sure. I guess, absolutely hear what can happen, and there is a high risk. When it was mentioned earlier, not much different. It's a way higher risk, but in order for us to protect ourselves, it's what are we doing with that system? We heard around the table tonight in terms of how the vulnerabilities of that system respond. So there's audits, independent third-party audits that can be done and run on the system before the actual vote. It's very important. I don't know if that's something that we're going to be doing. Or go ahead. It's right through, Mr. Manager.
Absolutely. Part of, I'm not sure if it's, I think most people's policies and procedures, they do at least one security audit a day. To make sure the system is working how it should be.
That's true. Sorry, through Madam Chair. Okay, so there's an application that's run during the functionality of the system, and that's actually indicating reporting on any vulnerabilities that are maybe evident within the software. Oh. Okay, good. That's good. That's really, really important. And yeah, there's absolutely a risk. And as you said earlier, we don't want to be the ones to be on that end of the stick for sure. But it looks like we need to, move forward in that direction, but absolutely with caution. And to Councillor Tom's perspective, May 1st is coming along very closely. Are we confident that we'll be in good shape to have? Okay, just one minute.
Yeah, it's part of the new amendments to the Municipal Elections Act that, this actually used to be June 1st of election year. So imagine if we were doing this next year at June at this time. So we're quite certain that we have plenty of time. Most municipalities are using this month to do this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, the internet's great because you can look up stuff and while people are chatting. So I took the opportunity as well because it's something I never really thought of. I like the idea that for those that are not in town or have accessibility, that internet is an option. But as far as being the only way of doing it, I'm looking towards what sort of feedback we can get. It's a relatively new idea. I would note that when we did electronic voting, it was a very similar sort of transaction. A lot of people were like, we don't want to do electronic. How do you, do audits and stuff? But it was, as I did, I think most of us remember when we did a recount, they took the ballots and put them through the electronic and scrutinized it. So there was that auditor or auditing process that is available. So I think that's very, very key that the first word is trust. Do the electors, do the stakeholders, do the the people campaigning, do we trust it? And, basically what I'm reading is that, you may want to pursue a scientific approach to testing and collaborating before you sign on. And I think we're at that infancy. I think it's really important that we understand that. And then what else is involved? Well, a comprehensive communication plan with early and thorough communication is absolutely critical. We have to rely on our staff to make sure that is employed. That is very key in going forward. We can see in our planning meetings the problems we have with communication. I can just see a number of people saying, I had no idea. So a comprehensive communication plan has to be in place. So that's part of our transition. Those are a couple of my comments. I appreciate Councillor Tom, what he is saying. The first comment that I read was that there will be people who will want to prove that this won't work. That's the first thing. And that's with any change. We see that every day. It's human nature. So it's quite a challenge to go forward. I would think that we could approve to look into it. I've heard the word approving a concept here at this council table before. To me, we have to move forward into the next stage of communications. That's where we're moving. That's where our civilization is moving. And I would like to collaborate and have a scientific approach before we go universally one way. So I would want to encourage small steps that would lead in and not leave us behind. So I would like to see that sort of borne out. That would be part of the trust factor going forward. So those are a few of my thoughts. I'm a little hesitant to say that this is what we're going to do for the next election. I've seen our RFPs go amiss in some of the infrastructure capital projects that we do. The RFP in other matters that we are doing is in my mind, a challenge as well. So simply putting an RFP out to 3 people that'll give you a discount next time, it's got to be a lot more than that before I consider. I would like to have the option for the next election with the next step going through to the elections afterward. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Through to the clerk. Just in terms, I understand that May 1st is the legislative requirement to make that decision. But I just want to understand, I guess, whether or not there is any options. Like, you've provided us with a budget of what you think it'll cost to shift to the internet only. But, if through this process it comes up either additional costs that we weren't aware of, or our IT systems, or we don't have the servers and the capacity to manage this process. If some unforeseen issues crop up and then council wants to reconsider their decision to move that way, can you backtrack?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. I believe if we maybe included in the motion that if should unforeseen circumstances arise, that optical scan tabulators be used, because the key is it's alternative voting methods that need to be approved by May 1st, and tabulators is still considered an alternative method. So I think we could reconsider and go back to paper ballots and a manual count, but which would be a last or worst case scenario, but that also brings problems with when we get the results out and things like that. So I believe we could reconsider. I'd say this before talking to our legal counsel about whether we'd be allowed to do this. I believe we'd be allowed to go back to a paper ballot and a manual count.
Then my only comment, and really perhaps it's something just to look into between now and next week, is, it's hard to foresee what may or may not happen. And I'm sure that, you've looked into a lot of different municipalities and the issues they have, and chances are it would be a seamless transition. But, I guess I get concerned about us getting stuck in one way or another. So it may be, prudent to have a little bit of an off-ramp that should something unforeseen occur, that at least we could maintain the status quo that we have now. We'd have an option to revert back to. That's my only comment.
Did you? Okay. I thought you wanted to respond. Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's amazing how what 15 minutes can do, because I was all for electronic voting because everything seems to be electronic. I've been doing online banking for a long time and doing a lot of other things online, and fortunately, out of the thousands of times I've transacted, I think I've only been hit once with one of those security breaches. And you look at the probabilities and you think, gee, one breach of security in, say, 10,000 transactions or 5,000 doesn't seem, it seems like a pretty good record. I don't like flying, but we all know that flying is one of the safest methods of transportation, but I still get uneasy whenever I get on a plane, because when something bad happens, it's usually pretty bad. And so I kind of likened that experience with online voting, and the probabilities are good that that things will go without a hitch, but should something go wrong, it could be very detrimental. And what Councillor Tom, I thank him for bringing all those concerns up, and the pros and cons of those who did a more detailed analysis, and I thought, in looking at the financials, I thought that online voting would really be a substantive savings, but the figures don't seem to indicate that. And the report itself, and just really Googling and reading a couple of articles, nothing seems to validate that increased participation is the result of online voting. So when you look at the overall benefits, it doesn't seem to really be any other than just convenience for those who plan to vote anyway. And really, whether you vote online or whether you actually make a physical effort to vote, those who really want to vote and want to be engaged in the voting process, they will do whatever it takes to to vote. And so, another, just a quick analogy that was going through my head was, when the mayor and deputy mayor a couple of years ago came out with transparent garbage bags. I suspect that that's going to happen in the future, but I think you just need a time to massage that concept in, and a lot of people are fearful, and it's just the timing of it. In the same way, getting rid of water bottles, disposable water bottles, that's going to happen, but people just can't. They just need time to have that massage in their head, and I feel the same way about this. And that I know this is the way of the future, but I just need time to get that massaged in my head and get used to it. So, we're going to have another week to think about it. Right now, in the vote, I'll be against it, but it doesn't mean that 1 week I can't change my mind on this.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Has everybody spoken for the first time that wants to? Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support it. And notwithstanding some of the concerns, I'm not sure it's appropriate to bring up concerns from 2010 in terms of electronic security, because it's grown by leaps and bounds probably every 6 months. The security today is much more robust than it was even 2 years ago. So I don't think that's a concern, quite frankly. Markham's been doing this. Thanks for bringing up clear bags, Councillor Kim. I think we should vote for clear bags using the internet. I think that would be good. Markham's been doing this. I think this will be their 4th or 5th election. They've been doing it for, there's a lot of data with respect to what Markham's been doing. Newmarket just voted for it. And I don't think that we're quite frankly, any different from Markham or Newmarket, except perhaps in size. And they've gone through that. Markham obviously has had more experience in terms of the robustness of the system, how it works, and how they manage it. And we could learn a lot from them in terms of doing that. We could partner up with Newmarket in terms of how they're doing it, and perhaps garner some savings out of that. So I think I'm in favor of it, and I think it's the right thing for us to do.
Thank you, Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to the mayor's comments, the reason I referenced the 2010 is that there's only been one public test of an internet voting system, and that was in Washington, D.C. in 2010. All the other vendors will not commit to an open test, to my knowledge, because of what happened in Washington in 2010, which is that every single vote was changed, all the results were changed, and the monitoring system that they had in place didn't pick it up for 48 hours. And that was the only public test. So, I mean, I've tried to look back on, and this is what I'm a little bit upset with, that the report doesn't cover, is that none of this is included. The independent panel that the legislature of British Columbia commissioned wasn't included. The report from the Chief Electoral Officer of Ontario wasn't included. The report from the City of Toronto on cyber attacks in 2014 wasn't included. So I can appreciate that if there's been any subsequent data or empirical studies or independent panels or chief electoral officers that can provide me with a report that says contrary to what's written in these ones, then I think that we'd be happy to look at it. But you don't have that. The report doesn't state that. So I have to go on what the information I have is. And I mean, we're talking about fundamentally changing our voting system. You know, we talked about this, in the halls of council when the federal government wanted to do it. They wanted to have a referendum on changing the electoral system. I mean, we're changing the method of voting. I know it's a bit different, but it's a fundamental change to our system. And it's a riskier option. There isn't really an issue with tampering, or there really isn't any issue at all right now with our current system. The federal government still uses the paper ballots. The provincial government still uses the paper ballots. They try to make it as accessible as possible. I'd even look into maybe having disabled persons and seniors look into internet voting, but only after we get a report that goes into the security risks, which we haven't had here. So just to change our system because Newmarket's doing it, I don't think it's good enough. You know, the City of Toronto decided not to do it, and they're, you know, close by municipality. The recommendations 3 years ago from this independent panel in BC was to not move forward with it. So I can appreciate that other municipalities are doing it, but that, to me, isn't a good enough reason to implement it here. And so, you know, that's why I'm a bit disappointed with the report, because if my concerns have been allayed by other data or other evidence, it would have been nice to see it. But that didn't come forward. So I just think we should be really careful when we're changing the method of voting in our elections, that we're doing it for reasons other than just convenience. I mean, look at the internet voting challenges, the process oversight, internet access for voters, whether it's a service disruption or people who don't have internet, the quality of internet, I mean, that's a bit of a minor one, and the security concerns. That should be the big throbbing concern, is how do we guarantee the results? I mean, malware can, as far as I've read, and I'm not an expert on cybersecurity, malware can change votes without any evidence. So you put your vote in and it's changed automatically, and there's no way to track it. The other thing is, how do you audit someone's voted the way they voted when it's a secret ballot? Once you've divorced identity from a ballot and then you try to recount whether or not it was changed, how do you do that? Because there's no way to verify that that person cast their ballot for the person they did. A paper ballot exists. There's a paper trail. And from what I understand is that to verify whether or not someone voted or not is almost impossible with internet voting, because there is no paper trail. So I have concerns. And like I said, I mean, unless we can look at this within a week and get a report back or an addendum to this report at council that kind of talks about this stuff, you know, the recommendations from the BC panel. I mean, some of the concerns brought forward by the chief electoral officer, the report by cybersecurity analysts to the RFP in Toronto. I just think I just can't understand how we move forward with something just because Newmarket's doing it and Ajax did it and Markham's done it for 10 years. I mean, they might have had compromised elections, and who knows? So all I want to know is, how do we get answers to these security questions that I've raised? And I mean, in my opinion, if we can't get the answers in a week, I don't know how we can commit to changing the way we collect ballots just for the sake of change. And so, you know, again, if there's proposals for disabled persons or seniors that can't leave their home, and this is better than mail voting, I mean, there's got to be, I'm open to looking at that if the security concerns can be mitigated. But, you know, I just don't, this report certainly doesn't mitigate any of my concerns. It doesn't even address them. They're not even there. So I just think that to change for the sake of change is a mistake. And you know, if we want to look at this, maybe our outlook should be for the 2022 election, so that we can get all these questions answered, get all the information that we need, and make a proper decision.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. I'm just going to weigh in on this. I'm going back and forth. And it's always nice to be ahead of the curve. But the way I'm feeling at the moment, I'd rather be on the curve or behind the curve for something like this. The way I'm thinking about it now is there's just too much room for error. Anyway, we're starting our second round, but could I have a motion? We're going to need it in a few minutes to extend the hour of the meeting to 11 o'clock at the outside. Is 11 o'clock at the outside? Thank you. I had Mayor Daw and Councillor Maracas. All those in favor? Thank you. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Town Clerk. You spoke of the security audit that would happen every day during that week period that the internet voting would be open. If there is a breach in the security system, what would happen?
Through you, Councillor Gardner. I guess I'm not exactly sure on how it would play out. I know our vendor is on the other side and keeping track of at all times to make sure that their systems are up and running. So there could be any number, you know, or not any number, but there could be different reasons that that security would go down, or maybe the system has trouble for half an hour or something like that. So there are a number of different reasons. I don't want to speculate on exactly what would happen, but it would. The first thing I believe would happen is it would lock out. You wouldn't be able to cast a vote.
Thank you, and Madam Chair, through you again to the town clerk. If when someone votes, we heard that with the paper ballots, there's basically your name is attached to a paper ballot with your vote. Would it not be the same within this? Would your name not be tagged to the vote that you voted, or does your vote just become a vote with no name attached to it?
Regardless of the voting system, one of our guiding principles is the secrecy of the ballot. And so even with a paper ballot, although you receive the paper ballot, your name is checked off the voting list. Once you deposit it in the box, there's no way of tracing it. And again, I don't want to get too far out of my clerk realm and into the IT realm here, but from what I understand, when a internet voting ballot is cast, it separates itself from the ballot, separates itself from the person immediately, and then the ballot is, of course, goes to the server for counting, but it cannot be retrieved or matched up with who it was sent by or the IP address or anything like that.
Thank you, and yeah, and also if anyone does want, if we went to a full internet, from what I'm reading is that anyone that would still want to physically show up somewhere, they'll be able to physically, we'll have places where they can show up. The only difference is that they wouldn't be checking an actual paper. They would just be either tapping something or using a mouse to click on something. Other than that, they would feel like they're doing the exact same thing that they've always done.
Thank you, Councillor.
I might wait till next week. I do have probably a few. I mean, I agree with Mr. Mayor. I think it's the right move. It's time. I think there's risks with the system the way it is right now. I think there's flaws in the system right now. Does that mean that we're going to stop doing it this way and we have to look at ways of changing it? We're always constantly looking at what's the best way to have our elections. I think this is the way to move forward, and like I said, I just think it's time. I'll give you an example. I just currently happened to be at a nomination and watched busloads of people come in and being told what to vote and who to vote for. So how do you fix that? So there's risks in everything that we do, and just because there's a risk, it doesn't mean we shouldn't do it. We have to figure out how to lessen those risks, and I'm confident that our staff will do that, and the vendor that we do pick is going to be one that's going to be able to, have the security in place that will make sure that our elections are done right. So I'm all for moving forward with this.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think perhaps given a week and a little bit of time, I did say what would convince me is a scientific approach. If Newmarket's doing it, that's not a scientific approach. It's just my background. I like looking at facts, and I do like moving forward. But my job is to, as a role as a councillor, is if the residents are saying this is the way we should be moving, councillor, let's get on it, and would you move that forward, that idea, or would you support it? But I'm not hearing any of that. This has just been brought up to us right now. I'm not convinced. Overwhelming issue here is trust. I mentioned it already, communications. We don't have a communication plan here. We do have challenges. I would like to see small steps if we were going to do it, a collaborative approach. For the ones that think it's time to move on and stuff, then I'm hopeful that you're going to provide some of that information to me and collaborative feedback from others that will address some of the concerns that Councillor Tom has brought up. Other municipalities have done other initiatives that we have not adopted, so it's not necessarily a sure thing. Although I do appreciate some of the successes Newmarket has had, and I've mentioned those before. But I mean, I think it's the job to make sure that we trust how we're going to implement this and what it is we're doing. And so if that can be accommodated in next week, and I think you've heard loud and clear some of the concerns that Councillor Tom and myself have brought forward, that's fine. If the others just want to do it and say the reason is because someone else did, then that's fine too. So I really think if we're going to do something like this, we should all at the table want to be doing this together and having a vote and concerns that are brought up, and they should be addressed for something significant like this. So those are sort of my comments I'd like.
Thank you. And just to be perfectly clear, Madam Chair, I didn't say we should do it because Newmarket does it or Markham does it. I said they do it. Here's some examples we can learn from. I said I'm in favor of because I think it's time to do it.
Thank you. And we all thought it was time to modernize the technology in our council chamber and modernize our voting system. And I don't know. I don't see any happy people at the table. And this is something way, way more important. So I look forward to any additional information and my own research for next week. All those in favor? All those opposed? That doesn't carry. As we have 25 minutes, I'm looking at the agenda, and from what I can see, and if anybody can help me out with this, I see that probably the Multicultural Festival and the award of tender for Mavernack Park. Absolutely, but Mr. Mayor, you'll have to take my chair after 11 o'clock. Thank you. So I'm at the will of council. Do you want to do the time-sensitive things first and then continue on, or would you just like to this side of the table, time-sensitive things first? From what I can see, it's R7, which is the Multicultural Festival. So would somebody like to put that one on the table? Thanks, Councillor Peary, Councillor Kim. Are there any speakers to this? Okay. Councillor Humphreys, we've moved item number 7 forward. The Multicultural Festival. Are there? Okay. I'm in favor of the report. Is everybody ready to call the vote? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. R8 is the award of tender for the construction of Mavernack Park. Would anybody like to put that on the table? Thank you, Councillor Maracas. Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Any comments on this? Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And since Jim's here, through you to Mr. Tree, can you just give us a little overview of why this has come back to us and why it's over budget?
I will do my very best. We've explained in the report, well, first of all, let me back up, why it is here. It's here to award the tender. We were at council with the preliminary design to report the information that we received from the open house and the results of the consultation. We then sought council approval for that and moved forward with design. Based on public input and the conceptual sketch that you see there, there's some adjustments to that sketch that I can clarify for you and need to do that. So that's the background in terms of the history of where we are and where we were and where we are. It's obviously here to get the tender now approved and awarded so that we can get the contractor on site and build the park. The issues that are driving the cost, there's a couple of significant ones. The most significant one is the amount of earthworks that is going to be generated because of the topography of the site, and because we're trying to create plateaus in the site to site these facilities. It's generating material. As I've indicated in the report, we've looked at a number of options to have material remain on site, building berms and grading alternatives, but it has been tweaked to the point where we have no more option in terms of dispersing this fill. So that is a large one. There are other issues with the estimate that weren't included. There's the contingency fund, and simply I think market-related issues are part of it. If it's any consolation, we did check with the market to make sure that the prices were in line with other similarly sized projects. And in fact, this one shows that it's a little bit actually lower than some of the more recent projects in other areas, Markham, Richmond Hill area, with the consultants that actually did the design work. So I know it doesn't put anybody's mind at ease because it's a significant over budget amount, but it is within the market parameters. I don't know if that answers all your questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I recognize that in the report you gave us a number of options in terms of if we wanted to reduce the cost, certain elements can be taken out to get it within budget. But at the same time, there is a significant impact to the design and look of the park and removing all of those. And you've kind of answered my second question, which is, if we went back and said design a park that's within budget, what would it look like? Could we get what we want? And the fact that you've gone out and had conversations with the consultants and so forth about, is this reasonable? What are the costs for the size? And they've come back and said yes. So if we want to have the park that we've talked about, this is the price. Thank you.
Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Perry and I have been fairly consistent voting against this, slightly different reasons. I voted against it last time because there was a general feeling around the council table that this was a neighborhood park. And if council is still of that mind, I will not support it. However, if council would be amenable to having a recommendation here that council endorses this as a park for all residents of Aurora to use, then I will support it. Otherwise, I will vote against it. I'll make that an amendment. No. But a park for all residents of Aurora to use.
Speakers to the amendment? The amendment? Just to change, it's the same park, it's just the designation goes from neighborhood park to community park.
I'm just adding that.
Park would say the same, that the designation would go from neighborhood park to community park. So that means that, okay, I'll speak to the, you seconded it? Oh, that's, okay. Okay, speakers to this. Councillor Peary.
You're fourth.
To the amendment.
We're speaking to the amendment, so.
When is this going to work so that it clears?
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Speaking to the amendment, I think I will try and figure out the best terminology. You can put lipstick on a pig, but it'll still be a pig. Regardless of whether we classify this park as a neighborhood park or a community park, ultimately it's a park that was never called for in any of our official plans. It was a park that was not needed, and it's a park that is costing the taxpayers of this community apparently more and more every report. So if this is what we want to do and this is the direction we want to move in, that's fine. I'll be opposed to it because it is still a park that was never warranted or needed or justified.
Thank you, Councillor Kim.
Thank you. The only thing I have to say regarding the verbiage changes, I would totally agree with it. My understanding was that it would be like any park in Aurora. It's always available to anybody, any resident in Aurora, regardless of where they live. But obviously, it's more accessible to those who are within the proximity. But I'm fine with the amendment.
I'm really having problems with this. Mr. Tree is at the table. We have a Parks and Rec master plan. The description of a neighborhood park and its parameters is very different from the description of a community park and its parameters, and one of those is parking. I mean, we can play around with the name, but according to our Parks and Rec master plan, this follows the parameters of a neighborhood park. Well, okay. Then folks, this is, excuse me, all the folks at the table, in my opinion and for the record, this is just smoke and mirrors, and I do not appreciate it. Here is Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And as I read it, the Mavanac Park be endorsed as a park for all residents of Aurora to use. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. Councillor Gardner, Madam Chair, it just befuddles me, but I'm not going to, I don't think it's a very nice way to be treating something like this. Were we limiting access to only people how on earth have you just opened the door for other people to come in? It just befuddles me. Mayor Dahl.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and to the amendment, I agree that I really don't see the need of it. I mean, it's not like we were shutting the doors to the park to anyone that wanted to show up there. So the need to actually state that all residents can go to the park. Are we going to do the same for all the other parks within the town? Are we going to state that Summit Park is for all the residents of Aurora? Are we going to state that, are we going to go through every single park and do this? I mean, of course, all residents of Aurora can go to this park. I don't think we need to state it and put it in as a policy. It doesn't make sense to me. I agree with Councillor Abel and Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Kim. Sorry.
This would be my second time with.
Okay, I've lost track. Who hasn't spoken? I haven't. On the amendment. Who wants to speak on the amendment who hasn't spoken? Is anybody wants to speak for the first time? Okay, Councillor Maracas.
I want to speak for a second time then.
I just wanted to add, and Councillor Perry, but for a different reason. Councillor Perry agrees, I think, with us, but just for a different reason. Right. So I just want to throw that in.
Okay, guys, everybody, I have the history on this. I'm going to speak. This area we allowed the developers to give cash in lieu of parkland. We understood that there was going to be a school built on this site. The school was going to have a park, and that was part of the equation. We lost the school and the park that would have been attached to it. This area is deficient in neighborhood parks. That was recognized from the council in 2000, or maybe even the council before that. So this neighborhood needs another neighborhood park, and we are doing this. Do we want to take out some of the elements of it to make it more affordable? Fine. But to change, anyway, I'm finished. So we have an amendment on the table. All those in favor who want, sorry? Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused. I thought this was to the main motion. Mirda.
Thank you. Thank you. we can't use the Parks and Recreation Master Plan to support one side and not the other. So the Parks and Recreation Master Plan very clearly states, we don't need this park. And that's, I can't remember, I used to know what page it was on. I don't remember what page it's on, but it clearly states it is not needed. So we can't say we support the Parks and Recreation Master Plan by saying it's a neighborhood park, while at the same time ignoring the fact we don't need it. So what I'm saying is, at this table, it was very clearly stated that we're using $1.5 million of everybody's money in Aurora to create a neighborhood park that's not needed. I'm not in favor of that. That's why I've got this amendment. If we don't want to support the amendment, that is fine. I don't have a problem with that. I will just vote against the park.
Councillor Kim?
Yeah, actually, I do support what Councillor Abel said, suggested, and Councillor Marakis validated as well in his mind. And I wasn't. I never thought of it that way when the mayor put that forward. But you know, the verbiage. It doesn't send the right message because, you know, for all the reasons that Councillor Abel and Councillor Marakis stated, it is a park that it's readily available for everybody, and I don't see the point in having to actually point that out, and actually it puts a negative connotation for us to actually put that verbiage in there. So I do a 180 on it, and I won't be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Is there another? Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I kind of thought this was going to be one of those amendments that didn't take up any time, but I just think it's interesting. I have no problem with it. I think it's interesting that the rationale for not voting for an amendment that endorses a park for all Aurora residents to use, the reason being the park is open for all Aurora residents to use. I mean, come on, it's just stating what's already obvious. So you vote against it if that's the comfort level. Again, I just kind of thought restating the obvious so that the mayor is comfortable voting for the park. That's all we're talking about here. So, I mean, again, it's open for all residents to use, and that's great. There's no problem with saying that. That's all I have to say.
Okay, I think it's pretty clear where we're all coming from. So, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, that carries. I mean, it fails. Okay, back to the main motion. Councillor Pirie, are you speaking to the main motion? Yes, please. Okay.
And through you to Mr. Tree, Madam Chair, just for clarity's sake, the increased variance is of $423,076, or $423,076.
Through you, that's correct.
And again, for clarity, the approved budget was $1.3 million.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's correct.
Through you, looking for some confirmation of math that would make this project then 32.5% over budget.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll take your word for that. Sorry.
And my last question, just for comparison's sake, through you to Mr. Elliott. Recently completed JOC to date is about 7.7% over budget. So there's roughly a difference of 25%, just for comparison, for clarification.
I'm sorry.
Can Mr.
Elliott?
That's correct. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That's it for now, and I'm opposed to this.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to ask, but there's no reference in this motion referring to the motion that we passed before this. And it seems to me in that motion that we left it open, that we passed a certain amount of money and staff could come back to us with the final design. And possibly the funding ask would be greater. Does anybody remember that? Yes, Mr. Tree remembers that. So maybe we could have a copy of that report for next week as well. Because I do remember there was a lot of discussion at the table at that time about the costing of this park. And Mr. Downey did want, I believe, more money. Mr. Tree?
Through to you, Madam Chair, there was a lot of discussion. There was a lot of discussion about, why is there a budget and so forth. I think the recommendation is pretty clear in what was approved. So there was a lot of discussion. And that's, I think, where it stops to start. But we will certainly get the extract for the meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. You may be very well right on that. Thank you. Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't say when I was reading this last week how disappointed I was in reading this report. I was just waiting for a shoe to drop, someone to say that it's not going to be ready on time, it's going to be over budget. And even when it's over budget, I thought it might be maybe 100,000 even, and I'm not saying even that's acceptable. But have we not learned from the previous projects? This is small compared to the other projects that we just recently talked about. And when staff, knowing that we were capped, or we put out a budget of 1.3 at the recommendation of staff, thinking that there was rationale behind the numbers, and to find out that it sounds like that 1.3 was just a random number that came out. Generally speaking, even I would know that when you're grading, there's a huge range in potential costs of removing dirt, and for that to come in and say that now we're going to have to pay an extra $250,000 to more than expected to remove dirt, and that we have to now realize. Discount some of the items, and now we have to choose from some of these options. It's like deja vu, because we just talked about that, and we're hopefully coming with a report that would improve our process. And I know that this was done almost a year ago or 8 months ago, but I just feel like I've been T-boned, and given the amount of people who are looking forward to this, and we've had internal emails, asking, I and others have asked, is it going to be on time? And it just seems like there's another hurdle here. And even, myself, I like to be fiscally conservative and like to think that I like to manage my budget. And even I find it challenging to approve a project that's going to be 30-35% over budget. Councillor Perry says 32.5, so thank you. So I just can't, I'm just flabbergasted at how this is proceeded, and I don't know, I probably need a week to think about what's going to be taken out, or how this is going to move forward. But for such a relatively small project compared to other bigger projects, I don't know how our estimates can be so wrong.
Councillor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to maybe just kind of clear the air for one point that's keeps getting brought up, is that this is coming back over budget. We haven't even started the project. We can't be over budget. This is an estimate, and we put out a tender, and it came back and they're asking for more. So we're not over budget. So let's just clear that up. I mean, and I'm a little disappointed as well that this has come back so late in my mind. I felt that, we approved this to go out for tender a long time ago. And I'm just wondering through you, Madam Chair, maybe I don't know who can answer this, is why did it take so long for this to actually go out to tender and to come back to us?
Mr. Tree, are you able to answer that? Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, the process started immediately after council approved the design, and maybe there may have been some additional information that we should have given council. I think there was perhaps a perception that it was designed and ready to go to tender to be built. The park had not. We had gone through the public process. We had an authorization to proceed, but that required us to proceed with detailed design. That was a fairly lengthy process. And not to throw anybody under the bus around the room, we had a fairly lengthy procurement process. So that's a fact. And so the wheels have continued to turn since the project was approved. And as far as information maybe that should have been divulged to council, maybe our error that we said, it wasn't designed, and that was a significant process. So the wheels have continued to turn on the process from the time it started.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. And we did decide to send it to at least 2 committees. Yeah. We're going to need a motion to extend the hour again. Pardon me?
No, 2/3.
No.
We changed that.
Requires 2/3.
Hasn't
I mean,
changed
could we extend the hour to finish discussion on this item? Can we do that according to the procedural bylaw as opposed to putting a time? Okay. So 15 minutes with the intent to finish this item. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Maracas, Councillor Abel. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tree. Councillor Abel, you're up next.
What?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, Councillor Maracas, you're still on.
Thank you. So, I just wanted to, just a couple of points. Councillor Kim touched on the fact of what we just went through with the, discussions about the JLC. So, I'll throw this out there. Maybe if it makes some of those that are around the table uncomfortable, maybe they'd like to do what we did with the JLC is remove some aspects, and then we can bring them back at a future capital project, as a future capital project. I'm not in favor of that, but I just want to throw that out there. The thought is Councillor Perry always mentions this, and I know I'm on the opposite end of the argument, is he talks about that there's no need for this because we're overserviced in the area for our parks. I quite clearly see it differently. I see that this is a benefit to the community as a whole. We're adding more green space to our town, more parks. I don't see what's wrong with that. We hear so many times that our Parks Master Plan states that we don't need this, and that's why we should not vote in favor of this. Well, you know what? Our official plan says that we have a height restriction, so I expect then every single person here to not allow anything to go above that height restriction. But once again, what we hear all the time is we need to be flexible, and that's why we need to be flexible. What's the benefit to the community? It's green space. How can that not be a benefit to our community? Would you rather have ramming down houses into this area, or would you rather have nice, beautiful green space, trees, places for our residents to go and enjoy themselves and be active? There's a definite benefit. And as has been stated, it's not just for certain people of the community, in certain parts of the community, it's for all of Aurora to enjoy. So I'm in favor of moving forward as I was previously, and I'll continue to be. And I'm looking forward to when the park is built and we can go enjoy it. The only thing I can say that I'm very happy about is that the timelines are still on time, and it'll be done hopefully by the fall, as long as we approve it here tonight or next week as well. So,
thank you, Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's a part of me that says I'm reading on page 2, the budget approved for this project is currently $1,300,000. So, to Councillor Maracas, I think we do have a budget sort of put in place there, and now we're being asked to top that off. But I'm also looking on page 3, and that's neither here nor there. It's just that we did put a dollar amount. I remember when we started, it was just over $1 million. It's funny, we're talking about moving soil, which is that deja vu factor. What really strikes me are two things. One is that we approved this in July 12, and the tender was released 8 months later. So I don't know what took 8 months, but I'll tell you, it did cost us. Because when you put out, and we know that general market conditions is one of the factors affecting it, we do know that when we tender for capital jobs, the best time to do it is early in the year, if not in December the year before. That way you capture firms and companies that are hungry and will compete and give you a lower price. When you put it into March, you put yourself at a distinct disadvantage, because now these companies already have their tenders, and if you want them to stop what they've already got and do something in May, that's going to cost you. And that's a big factor. So marketplace conditions definitely is a factor, because we put that bid in March, and it should have been in November. And anywhere along the procurement and tendering, that would be obvious in July of 2016. This is when we want to have this done, to put the town in the best position to get the best tender. And we didn't. So it's costing us. I drove by the Civic Park there, the accessible, fully accessible park that we put in there. That's still under construction. And I think we have problems with the firm that won the RFP for it. So even though we say it's going to be May and done by September, again, I can see that not being met, because I'm just looking at the other job that's not being done. So, I mean, I'm really disappointed. I'm really disappointed in that we didn't put ourselves in a good position. And I'm trying to understand why it is. And I really feel that those timelines didn't help. However, having said all that, I'm still very much in favor of moving with the park. But I would like to, I'd like to know how we're going to manage this with a bit of confidence. And we got the JLC, we got the Civic Park there, and we got this tendering process. And we need to have confidence.
Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to be clear, the 2010 Parks and Recreation Master Plan on page 34 clearly states no gap. There is no gap in this area. Not needed. Just to be perfectly clear. A couple of questions for you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Tree. First of all, Mr. Tree, do you feel that we have been put at a disadvantage in terms of coming forward with the tender now as opposed to last month or the month before?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, actually it's quite the opposite. The best pricing you'll ever get on any project is early part of the year, February, March, when this project went to tender. Contractors are at their hungriest point. They've gone through their winter season and they're getting ground for spring startup. So actually the tender went out at the most ideal time. Consultants have continually stressed that that's probably the ultimate time to get a project tendered, because there's no work at that time of year. So they're getting set up for the following year. So the best value.
And second question, Mr. Tree, can you, I can't think of another neighborhood park that has this intense a design. Can you think of one? Can you tell me?
Through Madam Chair, it's a fairly loaded park. I guess the differential between neighborhood and community is the size of the park, for one thing. So it's around a 5-acre site. Community parks serve a larger need. That's what we're very deficient in. We didn't have enough in that area. The community park is the need, not the neighborhood park, for the larger facilities, sports fields, soccer fields, ball diamonds. That's where our need is. This doesn't service that need. It's not large enough. So what we all know is that we've been told that through the master plan and our process is that we're well serviced with neighborhood parks in this location. We're not well serviced with community parks, and that's the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Tree. So my last comment is if I recall correctly, I was the one that brought forward the whole concept of acquiring this property. And subsequent to Councillor Abel's general motion, that we should look at all these things. So I have no problems that we acquired this land. I have no problems with it being green space. Again, I have a problem with putting this much money into what's classified as a small neighborhood park. So I will not vote for it.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, I want to see this move forward as quick as possible. I hope we can meet the timelines and deliverables for September. It's a very inclusive park. The Accessibility Committee really enjoyed reviewing it, and it's truly AODA compliant in every way. So I think it's really going to be a wonderful gem to add in town of Aurora for everyone to use. So I'm looking forward for it to move forward, and I think it'll be a really nice showpiece for us to be proud of. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to be clear that despite my disappointment with the financials, I'm still for the project moving forward because we've spent so much time and energy into this, and we have so many people looking forward to this. And regarding the Parks and Rec Master Plan, if I recall, I forget the exact item, it did mention that the Northeast neighborhood is lacking in tennis courts. And, it was my desire to have actually 4 tennis courts because I thought 2 was insufficient. So, that was part of my basis in wanting to have a park there, not only for the green space and the other park amenities, but, for tennis courts, because we all know that there is a lack of tennis courts in that area. So I think that I'll hang my hat to that part of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. And through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Tree, it states here in the report that any redesign would delay. So some of the options that are mentioned here, like picnic tables, how would something like picnic tables delay the construction, because you just have to not put in picnic tables, or just a reduction of plant material, let's say, as an example. Not that I want to do that, but if you were to do that, you just don't plant it. So can you elaborate as to why some of these items would delay the project?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. No, and that's a good point. I think the issues that would delay the park is if there was a significant redesign, if there was grading changes. So for instance, if the park electrical components come out and the shade structures come out and the lighting, components come out, there will be some regrading issues perhaps to deal with. So any smaller items, like as you've indicated, picnic tables, those are removable easily. That would not result in a delay. So it would be more to do with a larger item and reconfiguring the space that may have been used for. So it's a tight time frame, and that was the point. So smaller items absolutely could remove. Picnic tables, no problem. Reduction in plant material, no problem. Will not delay it.
Through you, Madam Chair, then to Mr. Tree. So what item here would cause a delay, just so we know for our background?
Through you, Madam Chair, there are some issues with the shade structures. There could be some configurations with the pathway lighting and all the electrical work that's proposed on the plans. There could very well be some issues with that. Those are probably the largest items. If we have to go back to the designers and say, okay, we're going to take this out or that out, and let them take a look at it to say, okay, well, if we move this, we have to move that. So, you know, we didn't want to get into the process of going back to them with anything because that would result in some delays. Just to take things away from the plan without, you know, thinking it through as to what that may impact on the rest of the park is something that we wouldn't want to do without consulting the designer.
And one last question to, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Elliott. Even though this may come out of the cash in lieu, would there be, you know, this is a financial hit, but would it impact our shorter or midterm financial health, given that we just had the earlier report C1? Can you give a brief summary, please?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't see that it would have a dramatic impact. As the earlier report showed, we've got $83 million in reserve. We're talking about $350,000 or $400,000 here. We also are anxious to have a buyer pick up our last lot on Eric T. Smith Way, and that will go a long way to solving some of the funding issues in our park's growth area. But I think that this is, it's up to council. If council wishes to have these components in the park, you have to pay the freight, and this is where the funding source would be, and I don't see it as a significant impact to the long-term financial health of the organization.
Councillor.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I think all my questions have been answered. I don't think you can really take out anything significant that would provide any significant savings. So unless there's some ingenious ideas between now and next week, you know, I've been all in from the beginning, so I'll continue to support this.
Thank you, and we will need to call the vote. I would just like to say, I stand to be corrected, but when the 2010 Rec Master Plan, as you quoted, at that point we thought the Catholic school was going to be building a school and a park there. So it really isn't apples and oranges. It's apples and oranges, or whatever at this time of night it is. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Thank you. I think
I really just need
we're
to stretch.
motion to adjourn. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Motion to refer the items that weren't attended to next week. To next week or to a GC? To next week. Second of the motion, Councillor Tom. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? Opposed?
You can't refer
Okay.
things to next week. We didn't vote on them. It doesn't matter.
Oh, no, we should be deferring them. Is that, anyway, we have already referred them. So I guess now all we need is a motion to adjourn.
I'll happily provide you with that.
Thank you, Councillor Peary. Councillor Abel, motion to adjourn. All those in favor? No, we're GC. Yeah. And that carries. I'm assuming nobody was opposed?
He seems a little depressed. He seems a little depressed. He seems sad.
Wendy, I've got to hand it to you for realizing that we're running out of time.
Does he live alone? Does he have
Thank you,
a girlfriend or
Councillor.
anything? I think he does have a wife, doesn't he?